Okay, welcome everybody. We're going to call our meeting to order with a roll call from our city clerk, Kathy Valdez.
The record shall reflect that all members are present.
All right, we'll ask our city attorney, Walter Chung, to bring us out of closed session.
The City Council took no reportable action in closed session this afternoon.
Councilmember Fox will lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance tonight.
All right, everyone, please rise, remove your hats, place your hand over your heart. Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you.
Our Assistant City Clerk, Calson Leahy, will read our procedural items this evening.
In accordance with the Brown Act, I'd like to announce that as a result of convening simultaneous meetings, the members of the Buena Sanitation District will receive a compensation of $147.75 for the district meeting pursuant to Buena Sanitation District Ordinance 2006-1. I would like to remind everyone that the Vista Municipal Code requires members of the public to observe order and decorum at the meeting and to conduct themselves in a courteous manner. The ordinance was adopted to allow for public input and to facilitate city business without the disruption of the meeting. Applause is appropriate for items listed on the presentation portion of the agenda only. Students wishing to receive credit for attending this evening's meeting must stay for a minimum of 1 hour. However, we ask that you stay for the completion of an item rather than leaving in the middle of a discussion. When you are ready to leave, you may ask one of the staff members in the back of the room to sign your paper.
Okay, tonight we have several public hearings regarding the formation of Vista Citywide Landscaping and Lighting Maintenance Districts number 2025-2 and City of Vista Street Maintenance Assessment District number 2025-1. I'd like to remind everyone that all assessment ballots for both districts must be received by the city clerk here at the dais before the close of the public hearing, which will happen soon. Ballots received after the close of the public hearing will not be tabulated. So if you're still holding on to ballots and you have them with you tonight, bring them forward now. To speak on another item on the agenda tonight, please fill out a speaker slip with the number of the item you'd like to speak on and give it to the clerk secretary staff here at the dais. Speaker slips are available on the table just outside the council chambers. For members of the public participating via Zoom, you may use the raise your hand feature to indicate that you'd like to speak or press star 9 on your touchtone phone. We will announce when to raise your hand to indicate that you'd like to make a comment on the specific item being discussed. Speakers will have 3 minutes each to address the council tonight. Now we'll go to our city manager, John Conley, for approval of tonight's agenda.
Thank you, Mayor. No changes to this evening's agenda.
Okay, and we have 3 presentation items this evening. I'd like to invite my council colleagues to join me at the lectern. We are proud tonight to congratulate the 27th class of the Vista Leadership Academy. The Academy provides insight to Vista residents on the city's operations and its many responsibilities and functions. Congratulations to the Spring 2025 participants. Please come up as I call your name and remain standing so we can take a group photograph. Ann Rackus-Pate, Carol Jeffries, Christopher Chin, Diane Krupnick, Evan Krippner, Heidi Ratiform, Kelly Rackham, Miles Sweeney, Rick Holden, Sergio Sandoval, Veronica Villasenor, Betty Ann Marquardt, Una Jeffries, Diana Gomez Sanchez, Tiffany Esperanza Zapica, Fabiola Delgado de la Flor, Kainani Takazone, Linda Case, Paul Matlin, Priscilla Sandoval, Tom Robertson, and Wendy Check. Come on in. We'll make room for you. Should we go in front of them? We can do that. Kathy, what do you think? Let's do one right here since we're all standing here. Aaron, do you want us to come forward? Yeah, let's do one. Okay, let's do one where we stand right in front of the lectern there. Same places. No cheating. A big thank you again to our staff, especially our city clerk, who I think lost her voice leading the Citizens Leadership Academy. It's 8 weeks, right, Kathy? It's every Thursday night, every Wednesday night for 2 hours. So it's an 8-week program. You hear from the fire department, the maintenance department, our city manager, fire department, the sheriff's department. You get to fly in a real helicopter. Okay, you don't get to do that. And you even get to have a meeting with the city council and ask the mayor anything. Of course, you can do that anyway, but it's a great program. I would encourage all of you to email Kathy Valdez at kvaldez@City of Vista, or actually kvaldez@vista.gov. Now we're now officially vista.gov, and let her know that you'd like to participate. It's a great program, and we really need citizens to get involved, take an interest in what we're doing as a city. Everybody up here told me that they're not going to serve for the rest of their lives. So it's up to you to step up and lead our city. We need folks in all kinds of ways to get involved. So thank you to those who graduated, and thank you to those of you who are thinking about participating in the next Citizens Leadership Academy. And by the way, we like to recruit our boards and commissions from those graduating members, give them first crack if we can. So if you're interested in that kind of service in the city, it gives you a little bit of a leg up. Our first proclamation tonight is one declaring May 18th through the 24th as Public Works Week in the city of Vista. And I'd like to invite our great Public Works Director, Chris Arce, up, our Public Works Supervisor, Josh Hernandez, our Mayor's Excellence Award winner, Alfredo Olivares, and the following employee awardees and nominees: Tim Benavente, Roger Ramirez, Luis Hernandez, Kat Cobian, and Sergio Saceda. All right. Well, I just want to start off by saying we've got a great public works team. I appreciate Director Arce and your entire team. Whenever I see a light out or a pothole, and the whole council, we're emailing at odd hours saying, hey, somebody's got to get out here. And even on nights and weekends and even holidays, your team responds. For all the time that you spend away from your families, late nights and odd hours, we want to say from the bottom of our hearts, thank you for that, because we know that it takes a lot of sacrifice to keep Vista running and looking good. So we want to deliver to you this proclamation that says, whereas public works professionals focus on infrastructure, facilities, and services that are of vital importance to sustainable and resilient communities and to the public health, high quality of life, and well-being of the people in the city of Vista, whereas these infrastructure, facilities, and services could not be provided without the dedicated efforts of public works professionals who are responsible for rebuilding, improving, and protecting our nation's transportation, water supply, water treatment, and solid waste systems, public buildings, parks, grounds, and other essential facilities. It is in the public interest of the residents, civic leaders, and the children of Vista to gain knowledge of and to maintain an ongoing interest and understanding of the importance of public works and public works programs. Whereas public works services provided by the City of Vista are an integral part of our residents' everyday lives, and whereas the year 2025 marks the 65th annual National Public Works Week, sponsored by the American Public Works Association, with the 2025 theme, People, Purpose, and Presence, which highlights 3 cornerstone ideals that motivate public works professionals to serve in their communities every day. Now, therefore, I, as the mayor of the City of Vista and the members of the Vista Council, do hereby proclaim the week of May 18, 2025 to May 24, 2025 as Public Works Week in the City of Vista. All right. Come on up here. Let's take a photograph. All right.
Great position there. Yeah, I know. We'll put you over here.
Take it easy. I know it's a lot easier when you're younger.
I'm going to join this book.
Okay, our next proclamation is one declaring May 2025 as Bike Month in the City of Vista. And I'd like to invite Jennifer Gill and Ala Valadespino from the Vista Community Clinic to come forward to accept the proclamation. All right. I'll read our proclamation here, and then I'd like to invite Ala and Jennifer to say a few words on behalf of Bike Month. Whereas Bike Anywhere Day, formerly known as Bike to Work Day, was originated in 1956 by the League of American Bicyclists, and whereas the League of American Bicyclists extends Bike Anywhere Day throughout the month of May in an effort to increase education and participation in cycling activities, whereas the San Diego Association of Governments has hosted and organized an annual biking event in the San Diego region for more than 30 years, whereas the City of Vista and the Vista Community Clinic will be hosting a Bike Anywhere Day pit stop on Thursday, May 15, 2025, where Vistans can join thousands of San Diegans riding their bikes to school, work, or anywhere in honor of the Bike Anywhere Day in the San Diego region. And whereas the Bike Anywhere Day aims to alleviate traffic and reduce air pollution while promoting biking as fun, sustainable, and healthy transportation choice, whereas the City of Vista, with the leadership of the members of the Vista City Council, strives to make bicycling a safe and equitable transportation alternative by updating the city's bicycle infrastructure, supporting bicycle safety and education through classroom and hands-on trainings with the San Diego County Bike Coalition, and piloting an electric bicycle rebate program for the City of Vista residents. Now, therefore, I, as the mayor and the members of the Vista City Council, hereby proclaim the month of May 2025 as Bike Month in the City of Vista. All right. Would you like to say a few words about Bike Month?
Sure.
All right.
Take it away.
Yes, I've been seeing the protected bike lanes on Melrose. Woohoo, they look great. So yes, we are here talking about Bike Anywhere Day, which is this Thursday, May 15th. As Mayor Franklin said, this is a national initiative, but here regionally it's organized by SANDAG. And we are partnering with the City of Vista for our 4th year now to have a pit stop right here in the parking lot of City Hall. So between 6:30 a.m. and 9:30 a.m., come on by, wheel on in, and get some snacks and prizes and learn about bike safety and different bike routes throughout the area, and be a part of the initiative to help increase healthy lifestyles, but also reduce congestion and car traffic in our area as well.
Would you take a photo with us?
Sure.
All right, stand right up here. Okay, that will bring us to our oral communications opportunity. Any member of the public may address the council on agency-related matters that are not on the agenda by requesting to speak during this section of the agenda. If you are participating via Zoom, please use the raise your hand feature or press *9 now if you would like to speak. The number of speakers that will be heard during this segment is limited to 10. Any remaining speakers will be heard under the second oral communications item. Do we have any public speakers tonight? We have one, it looks like. We'll start with Ashken Jones.
Good evening. I just wanted to start off by saying I felt flattered last time I came here to deliver a public comment because apparently I piqued the mayor's interest and he looked me up on LinkedIn right in the middle of that comment. So appreciate that. And today I'm here to talk about, or to clear up a little lie that I've heard that's been going on around North County here in San Diego. Prior to living in Vista, I was actually a resident of San Marcos, whose mayor is currently running against our mayor here for county supervisor. And despite this, Mayor Franklin has been going around fundraising, telling everyone that the mayor of San Marcos is running for state assembly here. Unless the mayor of San Marcos, though, is lying with her website or her financial disclosure forms, then it would appear that the mayor of our city here is lying. It's that simple. This is totally loser behavior coming from the mayor, going around saying your opponent's running for a different office just because you're scared. I mean, I'm surprised that he's afraid of her because he should be able to win this election against her with one hand tied behind his back. I mean, he was a longtime staffer for congressional members here. He's been in politics for about 25 years now, is a very rich CEO, and if his website's accurate, has the entire backing of the establishment here behind him. Not only that, he's raised close to $500,000, mostly from the CEO class, as I pointed out last time I was here, and he'll probably be spending hundreds of thousands, if not up to $1 million from his own fortune to try to buy this election here. Meanwhile, the mayor of San Marcos raised about a quarter of what he did last year, and she was also a real estate agent who specialized in making housing prices skyrocket in her city, both prior to her time in public office and during. I just don't understand why the mayor here is afraid of her and feels the need to lie and say she's not running against him. I mean, as I demonstrated, the entire establishment is supporting him, and with all of his money, he will most likely succeed in buying this election for supervisor.
Okay, thank you for those comments, true and untrue. Next, we'll go to Zoom. We'll start with Barbara Gordon, and then we'll go to Katrina Priest.
Thank you. Good evening. As a public health educator, understanding how substance use affects our mental health is vital. May is Mental Health Awareness Month. Mental health is important at every stage of life, from childhood through adulthood. This month is an opportunity to bring awareness of the relationship between drug use and mental health challenges, particularly associated with marijuana use. The overwhelming census from mental health professionals that marijuana is not helpful for people with mental illness. Using marijuana can directly worsen symptoms of anxiety, depression, schizophrenia, through its actions on the brain. The relationship between marijuana and psychotic illness, specifically schizophrenia, has been studied for many years. But as we have normalized and commercialized the use of marijuana, it has greatly decreased the perception of risk of marijuana use. Again, advertising marijuana is advertised to reduce stress, anxiety, and other mental health conditions. But many peer-reviewed studies have proven that this is not accurate. I would urge the city to consider the relationship between marijuana use and good mental health. The question that needs to be asked is, will marijuana businesses help the city seek long-term solutions to the problems related to addiction and homelessness, which can all be interrelated? Thank you for letting me speak.
Katrina Priest, followed by Madison.
Good evening, Mayor Franklin and Vista City Council. I'm Katrina Priest, a middle school teacher and mother of 3 teens. Here in our county, the average age of initiation of alcohol marijuana use in San Diego County is 12. Remember, this is the average, so alcohol and marijuana can and does begin earlier. Addiction is a pediatric onset disease, so preventing the initiation of harmful marijuana use cannot be underestimated. Youth lack the information necessary to understand the ramifications of drug use in general. When I think of the reason why that is, I notice some messaging around them. Social media, of course, and here in our city, the presence of marijuana storefronts and their delivery services and their large billboards. Together, they mute the messaging of drug use and its negative consequences. If children grow up in communities where alcohol, tobacco, and marijuana businesses are common, their perception of risk of using those drugs will be muted. Youth cannabis use generates decreased cognitive function, impacts on attention, memory, learning, and educational and vocational attainment, and increased adverse effects on mental health for young people. Only profiteers have benefited from their existence in Vista. Youth, families, teachers, and law enforcement have not. Thank you for your time.
Madison, followed by Becky Rapp.
Hi, good evening, City Council. I'm here tonight to talk about the potential for the cannabis industry to repeat the mistakes that led to the youth e-cigarette crisis. 5.9% of youth use e-cigarettes, and almost 90% of those who use them use flavored products. The recent Supreme Court ruling in FDA versus Triton Distribution affirmed the FDA's decision to remove kid-friendly flavored nicotine e-liquids like Jimmy the Juice Peach Strawberry and Suicide Bunny Mother's Milk and Cookies from the market. Yes, those are real names. The court recognized a fundamental truth. Appealing flavors are a key driver of youth addiction. The FDA's own findings were clear. These products pose substantial risks to our children. We must apply this hard-won lesson to the expanding cannabis market here in Vista. Just as flavored e-liquids hooked a new generation on nicotine, cannabis edibles, often mimicking familiar candies and snacks, pose the same danger to our kids. Children are naturally drawn to sweet and visually appealing products. About 2/3 of middle and high schoolers who vape want to quit and have tried to quit. The deceptive marketing tactics we saw with e-cigarettes, targeting youth with enticing flavors, are a playbook the cannabis industry is now adopting. We need you, our city council, to act now to protect our children from a new wave of addiction and the serious health harms associated with these products. Let's learn from the insidious marketing of flavored e-cigarettes and their enticements to youth, and prioritize the health and safety of children by preventing advertising that glamorizes cannabis use or appeals to children, ensuring that cannabis products are not accessible to minors, and educating youth about the dangers of cannabis use. Thank you so much.
Becky Rapp.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Becky Rapp, and I thank you for allowing me to speak tonight, and wanted to bring to your attention that May is Mental Health Awareness Month. As a public health educator, I want to raise awareness to the pot that is sold in our city and how it's become a significant contributor to the youth mental health crisis. Research from the University of Bath, published in Addiction, found that teens using THC, high THC marijuana, are twice as likely to develop psychotic symptoms by their mid-20s. Things like hallucinations, paranoia, and delusions. These aren't rare side effects. In fact, 10% of young people using high-potency marijuana report new psychotic experiences. Closer to home, Rady Children's Hospital has reported a significant increase in ER visits for marijuana-induced psychosis in teens. And many of these cases involve kids who use edibles or vape products that they thought were harmless, not realizing how devastatingly potent these products have become. A study in the American Journal of Psychiatry showed that even one marijuana-induced psychotic episode increases the risk of developing schizophrenia or bipolar disorder by 47%. These are lifelong conditions that often begin in adolescence, but they are 100% preventable. Permitting of these products has increased access, but public perception hasn't caught up with the science. We must act now to protect youth and inform families. That means ensuring that local mental health programs are funded and focus on education regarding pot and its correlation to psychosis. It's also imperative that clear warning labels are mandated and that council members are strong when it comes to supporting prevention efforts in schools and communities. Mental Health Awareness Month isn't just a time to reflect, but more importantly, it's a time to act. Thank you.
Thank you. That'll bring us to our consent calendar. The recommendations on the following consent calendar will be enacted in one motion unless an item is removed from the calendar. Any member of the public may remove an item by submitting a request to speak card to the clerk or secretary, by using the raise their hand feature, or by pushing *9. Items removed from the consent calendar will be considered immediately following the adoption of the calendar. We have 15 consent items this evening. We'll also close the opportunity for public comment at this time. And with that, Councilmember Contreras.
Thank you so much. I just want to move the consent calendar forward. And I do want to give a special shout out to Councilmember O'Donnell on C8, the protected bike lane MOU with the city of Oceanside. I really thank you for bringing that discussion here. The letter that we were able to write as a council to the city was phenomenal. We've been able to work across boundary lines to make sure that we get this done. So just really wanted to say thank you. But I'll go ahead and move forward the consent calendar.
By the way, we had speakers on C4, C5, C10, and C12. Deputy Mayor Melendez.
Were those items pulled?
Yes.
Okay, then I'd move that we accept the balance of the consent calendar.
Okay. Said a motion, a second. Sound good? Okay. Please cast your votes. That motion is approved unanimously. That'll bring us to item C4, the always stop at the intersection of Lupine and Live Oak. We have our, oh, sorry. I was just noticing we have our city traffic engineer, Sam Hassanen, at the ready here. And first we'll hear from Joe Exline. Thank you, sir. You have 3 minutes.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. Thank you for this opportunity to speak on this issue. My little notes here. My name is Joe Exline. I live near the only existing stop sign on Live Oak. I oppose the new stop sign at Lupine Hills because of the following reasons. The evaluation score that was given to this project is 19 instead of the required 20 to pass. I guess they said that it was close enough that they would approve it. Number two, Live Oak is the loop between Melrose and Shadow Ridge, and Lupine Hills joins that loop from the outside. So as you're joining it from the outside, there's clear sight lines from both ways. That, you know, there's clear view from both ways to anybody that enters from, you know, they can see the traffic on Live Oak. Number three, the current always stop, which I live near, is frequently run. Bodega enters Live Oak on the inside, so there's limited sight lines. And a past neighbor was actually T-boned because they believed the Live Oak's traffic would stop, but they did not. When the sheriff posts up there at Bodega and Live Oak, which they did this afternoon, before getting turned around and replacing their vehicle where they're monitoring the stop sign, they're already gone. I mean, they even barely stopped. The guy there this afternoon, I think he made 3 or 4 stops, probably a minute or two between the people he was stopping for running the stop sign. And to Live Oak, since the sight lines are clear, you know, there's really gonna be no place for them to hide to monitor the stop sign at Lupine Hills. And at Bodega, since they're not clear, they have a little place to pull there where they can monitor the stop, make sure people aren't running it and enforce it. And another thing I noticed in reading the minutes of the traffic commission that voted on this previously, one of the members there even mentioned that they were surprised that the item was put on the agenda. As, you know, why is it really needed? So that's my opinion, why is it really needed? And I ask your no vote on this item. Only 2 residents actually brought it up, suggesting the city study it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Not seeing any speakers on that. Does anybody want a motion? Otherwise, we'll move on to the next item. Yes, Councilmember O'Donnell.
Joe, thank you for your comments. I actually think I saw you walking your 2 dogs the other day, and you made me go through the stop sign before you would cross. So I know that you use the road and you're not just up here talking to talk. Sam, yeah, what were the warrants? So, I mean, based on the comments that were just made, I just want to make sure that this is something that's feasible to move forward with and just get the understanding and explanation as to why we'd want to.
Yeah, so we followed their normal warrants, the quantitative warrants that considered the traffic volumes, pedestrians, accident history, and it scored 19 out of the 20 threshold. So 20 is the minimum usually that we go by. Since it was so close, based on engineering judgment, we decided to move it forward.
Is there a large speeding threshold that exists in that area?
Speeding is near the intersection. Yes, it's about the average, or not the average, but the 85th, which is the prevalent speeds, about 37 miles an hour.
And that's a 25 zoned?
Yes, sir.
And we've already put in the rumble strips and mitigation closer to the golf course.
Yes.
And that has been unsuccessful. I feel like a lot of it just erodes away.
Yeah, the stop signs, physical devices really, or intersection controls are really the only devices that tend to control speeds. Although some stop signs, even, the traffic slowing down, kind of rolling through it, still obviously brings them down from the, 35, 37 to at least 5 miles an hour. But the majority of the traffic does stop.
Did we do a pedestrian count there too?
Yes.
I've taken that many ways. I take the back way. It's much easier to go to get to my house going that way. So I know exactly. I'm very familiar with the intersection. But I just want to get some clarification on this.
Yeah, so in the one peak hour that we used for the evaluation, there were 5 pedestrians that crossed Lupine Hills itself, not the side street, which is pretty significant for a residential neighborhood.
Do we have the notes on the traffic commissioner that was mentioned? Is there a reason why they decided or thought that we shouldn't move it forward?
I don't recall that specific comment, but the vote was, it was 5-0 in favor.
In favor of moving
Yes.
forward? What prompted the stop sign?
It was requests from two separate residents, yes.
Okay. Have we received any other support or feedback from residents?
We have not.
So we've got 2 in favor and 1 against who is here tonight. Yeah, and I know we're not supposed to address the individuals that speak, but I understand your concern. I just, because I'm very familiar with it, and the speed over there is excessive, and I think not just in that location, but down Lupine in general. I mean, we need to do a lot more to mitigate traffic. But I do want to keep an eye on the stop sign, because if it does cause accidents from people not being aware of it or having to stop too soon, or if there's another T-bone accident or something like that, I would definitely want to come revisit and see, but I would make a motion to approve it. But please, I don't know if you have my contact information, but please reach out to me. I will make sure you get it. But let's chat more, because I don't think that this is a singular issue in this location. I actually get a lot of complaints about speeding on Lupine Hills all the time, and that's the only reason why I'm going to support this right now. But I want to say I appreciate you being here tonight and sharing your concerns, and I'd like to talk more with you about it. Those are my comments for now, though, and I don't know if Councilmember Contreras has anything to add.
I'm going to take the privilege of jumping in here for a second and just saying that I think that our standards have become way too low for the threshold at which we erect new traffic control devices, not only stop signs, but speed bumps. It takes a pretty small number of people to affect a change to traffic control, and I think the results of it collectively are piling up on our streets. I'm going to support the request to vote against this item. Councilmember Contreras.
I'll go ahead and second. Hearing the pedestrian count and the prevailing speed being so high, I think I'm okay moving forward with it.
Councilmember O'Donnell.
Just one other question. How long did we monitor speed on that location?
Our typical studies are 24-hour period.
So over 24 hours is 37 miles per hour. And do we
Yes.
know what day that was on? Was it a weekend? Was it a weekday?
We typically do weekdays, because usually we get higher traffic volumes as well. So
Tuesday, February 23rd.
Yes,
Awesome. Okay, that answers my question. Thank you.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Please cast your votes. Okay, that motion passes with 4 in favor and 1 opposed. That'll bring us to item C5. C5 is the approval of a reimbursement agreement with Shea Homes Limited Partnership for acquisition of property in connection with off-site improvements. And Thad Hutton requested to speak on this item.
Mayor and council members, I'm Thad Hutton. My property borders on the Shea Homes project, and they're now seeking to take a portion of my land through eminent domain. We had a few rounds of discussion. Shea made a specific offer asking me to give up land now in exchange for commitments they would fulfill sometime later. I felt this was a hollow offer, so I countered with a straightforward request: cash instead of promises. In response, Shea immediately walked away, ended negotiations, and is now turning to the city to take my land for them. That is not good faith negotiation. I've heard the term public benefit used to justify this. But let's be honest, this isn't about building a school, a fire station, a critical infrastructure. The land they're targeting is near the end of a dead-end street that turns into a short private road right where they want to take the land. This is about corporate profit at the expense of a Vista resident. As someone who lives in the community, I believe I should be afforded every protection before being forced to give up my land. The city should not be stepping in to do the negotiating for an out-of-town developer who refused to engage sincerely. I respectfully urge you to postpone this vote. There is no current offer on the table from Shea, only an attempt to bypass negotiations using government authority. Shea should return to the table and do what they should have done from the start: negotiate in good faith. Please don't allow eminent domain to be used as a tool for private gain. Thank you.
Councilmember, if you would. Ladies and gentlemen, our city ordinances require that you hold your applause for the duration of the meeting. Councilmember Contreras.
Actually, really appreciate the speaker pulling this item. I had a conversation with city manager about it. I was wholeheartedly against this development, so I do not stand in favor of the city participating in a discussion for eminent domain. I think that the development itself is incredibly inappropriate, a sprawl project. So I will not be supporting this item.
Councilmember Fox. By the way, I'm going to call on Mr. Vaca or whoever Mr. Conley appoints to give us a presentation on this. Did anybody want to hear the presentation before they speak? Councilmember Fox, Councilmember O'Donnell?
This is an engineering item, so.
Mr. Mayor here?
Mr. Mayor would be the appropriate staff, but our city attorney was also involved in that. He can give some background on it.
Good evening. I don't have a lot of background on the issue. We did condition the project to widen the roadway, which is the entrance to the subdivision, to 24 feet, which is a fire department requirement. So there is a small piece of right-of-way that's necessary from the landowner, Mr. Hutton. And Shay had reported to the city attorney's office that that they had reached an impasse with negotiating for that right-of-way. So at this point, I think the only option is to, per Walter, is to either waive the condition of approval or obtain the right-of-way for Shay, on behalf of Shay.
Did they offer him a cash amount? He indicates they didn't.
We weren't privy to those negotiations, so it's kind of hard to speak on those terms. You know,
So, okay, so you don't know the answer to that. So tonight's action would approve a reimbursement agreement. So we're agreeing to reimburse Shay for such a purchase, which would be a purchase other than by eminent domain. That would happen in a reimbursement. If it's an eminent domain action, that would come back to this council in the future? No?
If I could interject, so the agreement would be for Shay to reimburse the city. So we were not privy to the discussions between Shay and Mr. Hutton. However, we do know that Shay did receive a real estate appraisal for the property they're trying to purchase. So I assume they were negotiating around the fair market value. But what happens now is there is a government code section which cited in the agenda report that says that we can't withhold approval or delay approval of the final map just because we, the city, or the developer doesn't own the property. And so if that's the case, that neither the developer or the city owns the property, then the developer can invoke its right to have the city obtain the property. And so we have 120 days from approval of the final map to obtain the property through negotiations with Mr. Hutton or begin eminent domain proceedings. So our hands are legally tied. It's government code section.
Well, what I wanted to make clear is that tonight's action does not exercise the force of government to take Mr. Hutton's property by eminent domain.
No, tonight's action would only be to approve that we would only take this action. We would start this process if Shay agrees to reimburse us for our costs in negotiating and the cost of acquiring the land.
Okay, so this authorizes the city to be reimbursed by the developer for any costs that we would negotiate with the landowner in a voluntary negotiation process.
Correct.
And if there was an eminent domain action, what would that process look like? It would require a public hearing. We would come back to the council.
It would go to Superior Court, and we would be forced legally to pay fair market value for the property. There probably would be some argument on what the fair market value is, but this is a very small strip of land, and a judge would decide.
Well, it'd start here with a public hearing, right? And then if the property owner didn't
Yes, it would start here.
If they didn't like the value that we offered them as just compensation, then they could take up against us in Superior Court.
Correct.
Right. Okay. But tonight's action is not an eminent domain action.
It is not.
Okay. Mr. Mayor, what is the length and the maximum width, do we know, based on these drawings we have in front of us of this property in question? This is a fairly small stripe of land.
Are you referring to the land that's necessary for eminent domain? I believe it's a very small square footage. I don't have the
It's about 334 square feet, Mayor.
Yeah, it's probably on the order of 60 feet long and, 4 or 5 feet wide. It's a very small strip to gain the 24-foot required access by the fire department to have 24-foot paved entering the subdivision.
Okay.
But it is a small piece of public right-of-way that is necessary to accomplish the subdivision.
And it was analysis by our fire department that resulted in our conditioning this project to require this widening?
Yeah, our road standards are based on fire access, and the minimum fire access is 24 feet. So in this area, they felt 24 was necessary. So that's 2 ways of traffic with no parking on either side to provide fire access. So
To get the fire engine through?
that's exactly right.
Okay. Very good. Councilmember Fox.
Yeah, my big question was on, what that good faith effort was. It sounds like we're not privy to that. And so I think that's kind of an issue, which is if it's true that they made one offer, he made one counter, and they come running to the city immediately, that sounds kind of like a problem, especially if the offer was for basically a promise for something in the future where there was no actual real good faith offer made in the first place. I know that in the contract here on section G, it says the developer has provided credible evidence that the developer has made a good faith offer. And so that's where I'm kind of like, if they didn't, then they're, I don't know what to really do from there. Like, is this something where the city should negotiate on their behalf if they're not fulfilling their part of their own agreement here? So I'm still very mixed on this one personally, but if the developer hasn't fulfilled their requirements, then I think we're kind of at an impasse here.
Our city attorney has some more information he'd like to offer.
So this being the initial step of this process, if this is approved, then the next step is the city would be talking with Shea and getting all the information about their negotiations and determining whether reasonable offers. So we, at this point, since we don't have a reimbursement agreement with them, we haven't gone to that step. But the next logical step would be provide us all the information, what's happened to date, so that we can take a look and understand where the negotiations have been.
Mr. Chung, this council or the council has given a entitlement for use to the owner of this property, the underlying property that we're talking about, that being the one now owned by Shea Homes, for the development of, I believe it's 24 homes on half-acre lots. Is it your opinion as our city attorney that they have an absolute right to develop it with or without the meeting of this condition if they are unable to acquire this parcel? In other words, if they're unable to acquire it through good faith negotiation, do we have the right to deny their construction, the beginning of permits for their project?
We do not.
Okay, so whether or not this parcel is purchased from Mr. Hutton or not, they have the ability to build.
Yes, with the caveat that the government code says that the city now has to take a stab at trying to acquire the property if the developer so requests.
Well, I don't know. I'm not going to second guess anybody's motives, but I did hear from Councilmember Contreras that she didn't support the underlying development project. And so to the extent that that may have any bearing on the approval of this parcel that is in question in tonight's matter, which is really a public safety issue for the roadway, that I think the city of Vista would like to improve with or without the development of this Shea Homes project. It's just that we don't have the money and wouldn't have forced the residents there to pull their money to pay for it. But this is the kind of thing that we do as a city when somebody wants to develop something. We typically look at the surrounding streets, we look at public safety deficiencies, and we often require them if they want a zone change, which is discretionary. In other words, the city council did not have to give them this zone change. We burdened them to improve some of the public safety circumstances in the immediate area. Is that accurate?
That is accurate.
Okay, I'm trying to untie all this here. This situation we have is the council's already authorized them to build. They're going to build. The only question is whether or not we're going to widen the road to meet the fire department's safety standard. the way I understand this, what we're doing is we're, at this point, under the law, we're required to basically enter into good faith negotiations with the property owner, which I would assume would be to make you a cash offer. And then we'd go from there. And it would be up to the council in a public hearing to decide if you refuse to sell at a price that we offer to you, or we refuse to buy at a price you offer to us. Then we would come back and have, if the council had an appetite, and I don't know if the council does or doesn't, because we're not going to talk about it tonight, but the question of eminent domain would be a totally separate conversation. So I think that's where we find ourselves on this. So I just do want the council to think about the fact that stopping the public safety improvement won't stop the housing development, but it will stop the public safety imperative that we'd like to see. So if you could speak to that in your comments, Councilmember O'Donnell.
Sure. I think my largest issue with this is that I don't know what the good faith effort is. And so if I'm coming back before us without the information, like I can't be told that they've made a good faith effort, but then no evidence of that be provided. So I can't get to a yes on this without knowing what that information is. Does that make sense?
It does. So I guess what I'm hearing, what we can do is then maybe table this, and we will talk with
that would be what
Shea
I would,
Homes and have them provide that information and bring it back to you.
Because it'd be like me saying, no, just trust me, like I did it. But if I didn't do it, and then I'm saying I did, and it misrepresents what the conversation is, I don't want to take a yes vote on this and then be in the wrong, and then it'd be detrimental to, I'm guessing, the majority of people in this room that were clapping. So I'd like to do it. I'd like to do it correctly if that's going to be the case. And I don't think they have a representative here, do they, from Shea? If they might be able to shed some light on that. So I would recommend we table this. I don't know if I need to make a motion to table. Yeah, I'll make the motion to table it until we have that information brought back to us. Once it is, we can untable it and make that decision. I'm not saying that I'm a yes or a no. I just want to be clear to the public. But without the information to make the correct decision, I can't move forward with it at all. So that's the motion I would make at this time.
I think that's a fair point of view. Councilmember Contreras.
I will 100% support that motion. I'll second it. And I just want to say, this is something that I warned about when we were discussing this development. It's a completely inappropriate place to have sprawl development where we know that this is a high fire area. So of course we want to be able to have fire access, but really this development should have never moved forward to begin with. And I 100% understand that even if we were to say no to doing the developer's dirty work, this would continue to move forward. But I just want to underscore that this discussion that happened years ago is coming back. And at no point during that discussion did I remember hearing the developer say that we were going to have to eminent domain at any point if there was no negotiation with the property owner. So I just want to say I was against the project then. I continue to be against the project now. And we definitely need to see the evidence that there has been a good faith effort. But I do not want to stand in a position where the government is doing the developer's dirty work and trying to force eminent domain. I just don't think that's appropriate. This isn't public right of way. This is private property right now. So that's where I stand.
And we have a motion to table, which is not debatable on the floor right now. But as a point of information, Mr. Chung, if we don't take action on this tonight and the developer moves forward, or maybe this is for Mr. Mayor or Mr. Conley, do we have any potential loss as a city to this right to be reimbursed?
We can't delay or postpone approval of the final map. So I don't know where they are in the process of getting the final map.
The final map's been what's called timely filed, which is kind of the legal term for, it's in its complete form and it's with the city, so the city must move forward with some action in the near future. So hopefully that answers Mr. Chung.
Is it possible that we lose the right to be reimbursed by the developer if we don't move forward to this action this evening?
That I do not know. Yeah, that would have to be coming from the legal
Yes, there is a time frame, but if we bring this back, I think within the next meeting or two, I'm sure we're within.
Okay, very good. Well, we can't debate the motion, so we have a motion, a second. Please cast your votes. Okay, we got a 2-week reprieve on this item. The motion to table is approved unanimously, and we'll want to hear it at the next meeting. So hopefully we'll get all the information and have it for the next meeting. Okay, that will bring us to item C10, which is the speed humps at Cielita Linda Drive, and Bonita Drive. And we have Darren Bandy who wants to be heard on this, followed by Cliff Kaiser.
Good evening. Thank you guys for hosting us here. I just want to talk to you guys. I live on Cielita Linda. I know we don't have the map up in front of us, but it's basically like an inverted U is what we're talking about. The side down here is a downhill slope, and then the slide going east to west is also a downhill slope. I live right on the corner around where one of the downhill slopes is going, and I see the cars going up and down the hill in a very fast fashion. I told the traffic commission this as well. There's been an influx of young families that have moved in the neighborhood, and there's also a gated community that is also at the top of the U, and a lot of them coming out of there who don't live in our part of the neighborhood end up speeding around all the corners and coming down the hills. So I'm just asking you guys to vote in favor for putting the speed bumps in to keep our kids safe on the streets. Thank you.
Thank you. Cliff Kaiser.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, council, staff. We're getting inundated with stop signs, speed humps, traffic lights, keep going up and up and up. Not opposed to that necessarily, but the speed humps have a special problem. I generally think that you're trying to keep people going the speed limit, typically 25 miles an hour. But the speed humps that I've seen so far in Vista and other cities slow you down to 10 miles an hour. So if you're going to do that, change the speed limit on the streets to 10 miles an hour. I tried to go over one of those speed humps at 20 miles an hour, and I nearly bumped my head on the roof of my car and made a lot of noise when I came down. So can't you do a speed hump that is designed for the speed limit of the street? Thank you.
Okay, Deputy Mayor Melendez.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you to the community members who are speaking on this item. I believe that traffic calming in this area is needed. And I'm glad that our community agrees that we want to reduce speeds. It's really unfortunate that state of California has tied our hands and actually limits our local control of speed limits here. And so now we do have the opportunity to introduce a traffic calming device. And I really appreciate the public petition process and all the neighbors who got involved to sign the petition and advocate for speed humps in this neighborhood. So I'll go ahead and move to approve speed humps under C10.
Can we have one more public speaker on Zoom that just punched in? Kristen Zenor.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hello, I'm Kristen. I live directly across that blind corner from Darren, who spoke earlier. It is a completely blind corner that we're dealing with in our neighborhood. And like Darren said, we have a lot of young kids, as well as our neighborhood park, which is on that blind corner. So we have kids and dogs running across that street all day long. You know, I remember from driver's ed that speed bumps are intended to slow you down to 5 to 10 miles an hour. And I think that's what we need to go around this blind turn. 25 miles an hour is still a little bit too fast, just not being able to see who is coming in the opposite direction. So please ask for your vote to move this forward as well. Thank you.
Okay, and we have a caller on Zoom simply labeled as Samsung. Caller?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Hi, we also live on Cielita Linda Drive, and I just wanted to second Darren and Kristen that it is a very dangerous corner over there. I've actually almost been hit with my baby and my dog. And I think the other thing we need to take into consideration is that this street, you should be driving about 25 miles per hour or less anyways. And if you have to slow down to 10 miles per hour or 5 miles per hour, you really need to take into consideration that that's really only going to delay you to get to your home about 1 more minute. And if that means that you're not going to hit either a dog or a pedestrian or a lady with her baby, I think we need to take into consideration that it may be worth it, as this is a very, very dangerous hill that we have here and a really dangerous blind corner.
Okay, now we'll go on Zoom to Nate Freed. Nate Freed. Nate,
Hi, can you hear me?
There you are. Yeah, go ahead.
Thanks for taking me. I don't know if you can hear, but I have 2 young
Yes, we hear you.
children, and I also live just off of Ceolita Linda. So I would like to add my support for the speed humps. There are a lot of people nearby who drive much, much too fast on Ceolita Linda and on Bonita, and I just want to throw my support in for the speed humps.
Okay, thank you for your comments. We'll close the opportunity for public comment on this item at this time. And Councilmember Contreras.
Thank you. And Deputy Mayor, you made a motion. Okay, I'll go ahead and second that motion. And I just want to say I really appreciate the public coming out. I know that speed humps are one of those controversial things for some folks. You know, it's something that we have to address the high velocity of vehicles in neighborhoods. And I wish that people would not speed, but this is a petition to ensure that the neighbors here that live in this area come together and make a decision on how they want their neighborhood safety to look like. And I really appreciate that the public is so involved in this petition process. It's something that I couldn't have imagined when I advocated for this, that we would have such an outpouring of folks coming together, meeting their neighbors, and wanting to enhance the safety in their particular neighborhood. So I 100% support this, and I'm getting speed humps right next to where I live. I had to abstain from voting for that. And yeah, you know what? They're inconvenient. But you know what's more inconvenient? Is someone getting seriously injured and potentially a fatality. So I agree. If this makes you 17 seconds to a minute later to your destination, at least you don't have to live with the fact that you ran over someone and they died or they were seriously injured. So I'm going to go ahead and second this and support it. And I thank the public again for bringing your comments forward in support. And I'm looking at the petition here, and it looks like an overwhelming majority of the neighbors in this area want to see this happen.
Okay, I'm going to vote for the motion, but I did want to bring to the council's attention, and we have spent more than $1 million on speed bumps now, and I do think maybe we should bring back to the council, and I'm asking if there'd be a second to this, to the idea that maybe we want to slightly increase the threshold so we make sure that when we do install these, that we do have a broad consensus. We might have a broad consensus on this particular one, but I'm talking about in a larger sense. Deputy Mayor Melendez.
I'll just speak to that, Mayor, and just inform that any member of the council can bring forward any item that interests them. If we want to change our policy on the public petition process for speed humps, any member of the council can bring that forward.
Very good. Councilmember Fox.
I'll probably also support this item as well, but if that does come back to the table, it'd be something I'd be interested in chatting about.
Okay, very good. All right, we have a motion and a second. Please cast your votes. That item is approved unanimously. That will bring us to item C12, which are the speed humps on Mar Vista Drive. We have several speakers. We'll start with, we have Paul Raynowska, who's indicated that they did not want to speak, but they are in favor of the speed bumps. Then we have Cynthia Raynowska that did want to speak.
Hello, my name is Cynthia Ranowska. I've been a resident on Mar Vista Drive for over 40 years. watched this beautiful little country road turn into an absolute nightmare speedway. Of all the residents I spoke to in gathering petitions for the project, almost every one of them is terrified coming in and out of their driveways. We cannot see what's coming either way. And with cars speeding, it is like so scary coming home or going out of our driveways. Multiple people that I spoke with are feeling the same way. Also, when we finally do get out of our driveways and we're driving along Mar Vista Drive, the people are driving so fast and they're cutting corners. I've gotten in almost so many close head-on collisions, and the other residents have expressed the same kind of fears. And there's nowhere to go because it's a small road and there's ditches on the side. So if someone's cutting corners and speeding, we don't know what to do. We don't know where to go. There's also high school kids walking down the road. I believe one recently was injured. One of the neighbors said life flighted out of there or something. Even the mail lady told me that she's terrified delivering mail on our road. So we want to feel safe. We love Vista. We appreciate you helping us and listening to us. We'd like to stay in our home and we'd like to feel safe. But, you know, this road is becoming almost like we have to move if something isn't done. So I really appreciate you listening. And the speed bumps on the other half of Mar Vista Drive up towards Buena Vista Road are really helpful. So appreciate that. Thank you.
Christina Meza.
Good evening. My name is Christina Mesa. I'm a resident at 522 Mar Vista Drive, which is, if you're coming from Thibodaux, it's probably like 4 houses down. So I'm very close to where the freeways are exiting at. And I can tell you so many times, I don't know if it's because the cars are coming from the freeway and they don't treat it like a 4-way, they're just zooming down. I have a special needs son that actually gets the bus in the morning. He gets it every day, like between 7 and 7:30. People don't yield to that. They just drive around him. You know, it's just a safety concern, not just for me, but other people too. You know, my family has been in Vista. It's specifically at that house more than 50 years. I just inherited 5 years ago by my grandfather. So my children, very young, 7, 3, and 2, we constantly are outside. We have the yard, but it's just so intimidating being out there because we're literally on the edge. And, you know, I know there's families across the street that also have voiced their concerns. They're fairly new neighbors, and we've even tried to implement those little yellow men signs to slow down. And people, like I said, I don't know if they're just in a hurry or if it's the freeway that's causing them to just speed down. But it's something that I really hope to see, not only, you know, just for everybody and their children, but, just to be safe and be able to be outside and, making sure that, like when I go to the mail, like they're not just cutting me, and stuff. So that's pretty much, hopefully you guys can consider that. And like she said, we would like to stay in our homes and be there and, continue living, in Vista. So thank you.
Okay. Councilmember O'Donnell.
Thank you. Yeah, I've had a lot of conversations with Paul about different things, but a lot of people in that area in general. The problem with that little intersection right there is that Caltrans is responsible for everything from that stop sign right there over to the other side of Mar Vista, and so we have no control in that, and people do speed through there. Mar Vista has become a thoroughfare for cut-through traffic, people trying to get to the 78. It's very dangerous. I mean, that whole intersection over there is very troublesome, trying to navigate it. You don't have a lot of vision, especially from both sides when you're coming up to that stop sign. So I'm going to make a motion to approve this. I want to thank the residents for speaking this evening and coming forward. That is a very dangerous intersection. I've gotten more complaints about that particular intersection in that area of the district than any other stretch of road relative to that space. So I appreciate you coming forward and talking about it. Sam, I did have one question, or Greg, whoever wants to answer it. I'm looking at the speeds, and it did not measure above 35 miles per hour. Is that correct?
Yes, and
was there no cars?
And, there was lots of volumes. It's just that the street is very windy.
Yeah.
So,
It is.
the speeds. So even the speeds in the low 30 range are kind of high. That's why we get some of the accidents on the street where people kind of lose it on the curves.
Okay, fair enough. All right, that's it.
Councilmember Contreras.
I second this one as well, and just really appreciate the neighbors getting together. I think it's, this is the closest that I think we have to participatory government is this type of petition. And yes, it costs money to do speed humps, but it also costs them almost $400,000 a year to have a deputy, and I can't afford to have a deputy everywhere babysitting the road, right? So the speed humps have become utilized to enhance the public safety in the neighborhoods, and I have yet to hear anybody that is unsatisfied with them that wanted to have them in the first place. So I think this is a great stretch of road to enhance the safety. You know, I've seen cars, and sometimes people just want to throttle as much as they can and try to whip around corners because it's fun. Listen, I know, like I walk, I bike, and I drive, and I take public transit, and it can be really fun to go through windy roads, right? But we have to remember that folks live there. This is their piece of property. They don't want property damage. They don't want other issues with folks getting hurt. And yeah, I think this is going to be a great enhancement to this stretch of Vista. And please let us know, community, if you don't see what you want to see come out of it, because we want to get that feedback too. Thank you.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Please cast your votes. That item is approved unanimously. That's going to bring us to our first public hearing this evening. Our first public hearing is related to the proposed formation of the Vista Citywide Landscaping and Lighting Maintenance District number 2025-2 to fund ongoing maintenance, operation, and servicing of landscaping and lighting improvements within the LLMAD and the Vista Citywide Street Maintenance Assessment District number 2025-1 to fund street maintenance within the SMAD. The public hearing is now open. If there are any members of the public that wish to speak on this item, they may indicate so by using the raise their hand feature by pressing *9 or submitting a request to speak card here at the dais. Speakers will be called upon after the presentation. I'd like to remind everyone that all of the assessment ballots for both Citywide Landscaping and Lighting Maintenance Assessment District number 2025-2 and the Vista Citywide Street Maintenance Assessment District number 2025-1 must be received by the city clerk before this public hearing is closed. Ballots received after the close of the public hearing will not be tabulated. Finance Director Mike Sylvia will introduce this item.
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, Council. With me tonight is Sarah Mares. She is the Chief Operating Officer and Director of District Formation Services with NBS. They are our assessment engineering consultant, and she's going to provide the presentation for the public hearing.
Good evening, Mayor, members of the council, and members of staff. I have a brief presentation regarding the Landscape and Lighting Maintenance Assessment District and the Citywide Street Maintenance Assessment District. We're here at the public hearing, and you have seen this item a couple of times in the past at this point when we approved the engineer's report as well. We'll first start with the Landscape and Lighting District. On the screen is a picture of the boundary of the district. The new assessments will fund the maintenance, operation, and servicing of street trees and other landscaping, street lighting, and traffic signals. This is a replacement to the current landscape maintenance district. In terms of the budget development, the budget is there on the screen. We have the maintenance and servicing costs along with the administrative costs associated with the district for the total cost of improvements being just about $1.9 million. In an assessment district, one of the first things we have to do is separate the general benefit from the special benefit, which means that we have to deduct a portion of the cost that is not funded by property owners within the assessment district. Once we do that, then we come to the total assessment amount to be allocated to property owners, which is about $1.6 million. And I'll note here that between the general benefit contribution and the city's assessment, because public property is also subject to the assessment. Those amounts are $305,000 roughly for the general benefit, along with the $22,653 for the city's total assessment. So the city is participating in this along with other property owners. We'll switch gears here to the street maintenance district. Again, this is a replacement of the existing district, and this district funds the maintenance of streets, roads, and pavement areas within the city. Similarly, we have the budget that includes the street sweeping along with the street maintenance and administrative costs totaling close to $500,000. We go through the same exercise to separate that general benefit portion from the total budget. That's about $77,000. And the total amount to be assessed is $417,000, with the city's portion of that being about $3,300. So in this district, there is a contribution coming from the city, where in the current district, there is none. So just to show the combined assessment amounts, and we wanted to show these side by side, understanding that both of these districts are impactful to property owners. On average, the single-family residential property owner for the landscape district will pay $54, and the average condo is $22. For the street maintenance district, the average for a single-family parcel is $8, and the average for a condo is $7. And you can see some of the other property uses here as well, with the commercial industrial average for the landscaping being $286, and for the street maintenance being $142. Again, with some of those other land uses here, and those are averages. The amount per parcel differs for each individual property. As I mentioned, we've seen this item a couple of times at this point. We had the first council meeting on March 25th, when the resolution initiating proceedings and resolution of intention were both approved, along with the engineer's reports that supports these assessments. The ballots were mailed 45 days ahead of this public hearing, and so now we are here to hold the public hearing. We'll follow that with the ballot tabulation. As you mentioned, ballots must be received before the close of this public hearing to be counted. Those ballots will be tabulated in public view starting tomorrow morning, and then those results will be brought back at the next council meeting. And with that, I'll take any questions or comments.
Okay, at this time, we'd like to hear from any person who desires to address the City Council regarding the Vista Citywide Landscaping, Lighting, and Maintenance District number 2025-2, and or the Vista Citywide Street Maintenance Assessment District number 2025-1. And we do have two speakers who've indicated they would like to be heard on this subject. We'll start with Joe Exline and then hear from David Kastner.
Hello, once again, I'm going to freewheel this one. I don't have any notes, but I do have my little cards in front of me. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Joe Exline again. And I got my little cards here that said one of them, my current assessment is $11.10, and it's going to be $7.54. And the other one, my current assessment is $27.56. It's going to be $26.39. So when I read this, I'm like, you need more money, but I'm going to be paying a lot less. So somebody else must be getting stiffed, and it kind of like brings my little spidey senses up, says something must be going on here. So what's going on here? How come mine's going down? And why wouldn't a person that gets this kind of notices vote yes? There has to be something strange happening, so maybe somebody can explain that. Thank you.
Okay, now we'll hear from David Kastner.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and members of the City Council. My name is David Castor. I'm here this evening as president representing the interests of the Vintage Road Maintenance Association, which we refer to as the VRMA. My constituency is the owner of 38 lots that make up the VRMA. VRMA questions how benefit points are calculated with respect to lots whose access is by private road. That information did not appear to be clearly explicated in the balloting information. Furthermore, the receipt of a ballot regarding the two proposed assessments, possibly without sufficient notice to assessed parcel owners, which instructed and required submission thereof by a deadline prior to the conclusion of the public hearing, has resulted in both concern and confusion. Now, as an aside, now that I'm here and I've heard that, oh, you could continue to submit your ballots through to the end of this hearing, that didn't seem to be quite clear to a number of people who received the ballots, just as an aside. Our association pays for all maintenance on the roadways, lights, and cluster boxes directly serving the VMRA and its lot owners. Now, primarily, the confusion seems to be we don't understand how the assessment points were computed for associations such as ours, where we own all of our own roads and must pay for all the maintenance for all of those things. So that was a question that we had, an open one, and I can go ahead and notify the rest of my members in our association what your answer might be to that. Thank you very much.
Okay, Councilmember Contreras.
Thank you. You know what? I think actually the questions posed by the public are excellent questions. I know that there's just an interesting formula utilized. So maybe you could speak to how some of these proposed assessment amounts, how we got there. I think that would be really important. But I do want to just underscore, I think that the assessment hasn't been updated since 1997. Is that correct?
The districts were formed in the early 90s, and yeah, the assessment amounts really haven't been modified since the ratification of Prop 218, which occurred in January 1st of 97.
Yeah, and so it's just unfortunate because this is something that previous councils really should have tackled as an issue. And, you know, for instance, one of the things that I've brought up in the past is that folks in my district were subsidizing via general fund other areas that have beautiful landscaping, but yet, you know, we didn't have that. So it's really difficult, I think, either way, if the public votes no or if they vote yes. I know it's a difficult vote to figure out where you're going to stand, right? But the thing is, I don't even know how much the CPI has been since 1997 to now, but we all know that the cost of living is extraordinarily high compared to the 90s. And so when we're taking in funds that are based on a 1997 fee schedule, there is no way that we can keep up as a city with the type of maintenance that I think everybody wants to have. So this is why we're having this discussion. I do wish that this would have come sooner, and I'm really, really thankful to the council and to Mike and team for just helping us have this conversation. And again, it's up to the public. Either you want to maintain the levels that you're seeing or potentially maybe even increase it, or we're going to have to reduce service. But we cannot fund the maintenance on a 1997 fee schedule. It's extraordinarily impossible to do that. So that's pretty much all I have to say. But I would love to hear just a backstory of how we got here, because I think the public brought forward some really good questions.
So as Mike mentioned, the existing assessments were formed pre-Proposition 218. And so now, when we're in a post-Proposition 218 era, we now must comply with that law, as well as all of the court cases that have come down since then clarifying that law for us. So the assessment methodology is different than the existing assessment. And that's why you have some folks that are actually seeing decreases or very minimal increases in their assessment, because now we have to include all the public property. We have to allocate things according to a benefit methodology that complies with Proposition 218. So that's the reason for that. So we look at things such as the land use of the property, the size of the property. Those are some of the factors that go into the calculations. When it comes to the street maintenance district, we're looking at trip generation data as one of the primary factors. Obviously, when the number of trips is when you're driving on the roadways. And so we're looking at all of those factors to develop the methodology via a point system to apply a certain number of points to each parcel based on those characteristics. And then we have a rate per benefit point that calculates the total assessment.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I mean, when you look at it, it's a very complicated formula. So thank you for speaking to that. But that's where the public, you're seeing different assessment fees. And so, for example, yours, sir, seems lower. Well, it's because it had to go through this entire formula that has been upheld through many different court cases. So I know this is a very confusing item for the general public. And we'll just see. We probably won't know the results today, but if there are any outstanding ballots, don't forget to turn them in ASAP, like right now. So thank you.
O'Donnell.
Thank you. I do want to touch on a couple of things that Councilmember Contreras had mentioned. I don't know the CPI over the course of the last 20, 30 years, whatever it is, but I can tell you this. In 2007, minimum wage was raised to $6.55. And then in 2009, it was raised to $7.25 nationwide. That was the last time we had a raise in our minimum wage nationwide. I'm assuming that those, if in today's dollars, would not cover the cost of the assessments that we're asking for. Is that what we're looking at?
So there's been a combination of strategies as to why it's been able to even continue at its current state. What you mentioned, council member, is absolutely correct. I think when I ran the calculation comparing where minimum wage was at the time of 218 passage today, I want to say it was over 200%, California minimum wage. But another strategic change that prior council made, and I think I want to say 10 or 15 years ago, was to save costs and utilities. The incandescent bulbs were pulled out of the street lights and LEDs were put in, again, to create funding capacity. So there was a one-time capital expense borne at that time, and that frankly bought more runway with static revenues, with escalating expenses. But over the last handful of years, with the elevated inflation we've seen, throughout the economy, as I've pointed out previously, these districts are really stretched to continue to maintain the current level of service at the current assessment levels.
Yeah, and I know I asked and stated that statement in a very confusing fashion myself. My point of that is inflation has gone up, cost of living has gone up, and that plays a direct impact into these assessments and the fees in trying to get the work done, because we have to pay people more, we have to contract at a higher rate, all of those things over the last 30 years. Another point that you touched on is this should have been done a long time ago, and this is just as much on the council, but previous councils did not take action on this over 30 years, just like they didn't on the WAVE or other assessments or parks, and now we find ourselves in these situations where we're having to go to the public, and there was an assessment done in District 4 that was also voted down. I don't know the results of this, but I'm pretty confident that it's probably going to have a similar result. But the reason for it is because there's a ton of confusion around it. I know it's been touched on. It's hard to alleviate that confusion. But I'm going to ask a few questions that are probably redundant, but I want them just for the public record, because a lot of the confusion resulted around a few of these questions that were brought to me. And I couldn't even answer them myself, even though I had the link and everything else to go look up the information. So the first thing I'm going to ask is, how many parcels do we have in the city of Vista that would have received these letters? I know it's a tough one.
The total number of accessible parcels is in the LLD is 22,782. And it is the same in the SMD.
So there are some people that did not receive ballots to even vote. Is that correct? Every household, or I should say every parcel, received a ballot. Is that correct?
Yes, there are very few parcels that are not accessible, and those would be things like small landscaping strips, or or what have you, or HOA parcels, that kind of thing.
And businesses also receive this?
Correct.
That's correct.
Do renters pay these?
The assessment ballots are addressed to the owner of record,
So it would
property
make-
owner. So the qualified electors for this type of district is property owners, not other kinds of district. The qualified electors are registered voters. In this case, it is property owners.
So it would make sense that even though you are a resident of this city, you may not have received a ballot.
Yes.
And that answers my other question. Did anybody not receive one? You've already answered it. Yeah, so I mean, I think that the confusion around the information that is provided to our residents, and I understand the confusion, because even when I receive my ballots and I sit up here, I was wondering why I received 2, and then I realized it's 2 separate assessments. The amount of information out there that people just don't understand how they're getting assessed. And even I had one that went up a couple dollars, went down a couple dollars. But then I know people that had one go up like $90, you know? I mean, it's just this wide gambit, and people don't understand what they're getting from it. I mean, yeah, you can say street maintenance, but they're going to say, well, why aren't our taxes already paying for that? We know that because it's within the budget and general fund and all the other things that have to get allocated to other services in areas of the city. But for a lot of people that don't watch every single city council meeting, they may not be aware of that information. And so I don't know, I mean, I don't know the answer to how to solve that other than probably spend a lot more money than we would take in from this assessment just to educate the general population on what they're benefiting from. I see you have a, yeah.
Well, I was just going to mention, we did have a virtual community meeting in late January, I believe, and 2 in-person community meetings in the community room to attempt to get the word out.
Yeah, and that's not your fault. I'm just saying, like, we need to be everywhere. We need to social media. We need to do all of that campaign. I mean, you go on Nextdoor or Facebook or any other platform where people can actually share and talk to their neighbors. A lot of people didn't even know what it was. And the first response to everybody is, vote no. I don't want more taxes, or I don't know what this is. It's confused. Vote no. And when they realize that, you know, and services might get cut or they might not have the same amount of these amenities being brought into their areas, it's still hard for them to quantify a yes vote without understanding the cost that goes with it. So, and this is not your fault. I'm not up here belaboring this or putting this on you. It's just a matter of there's a lot of confusion with it. So if it does fail, I will understand why. But I want to say I appreciate the work on this. I know that it was a lot of work to try and get this done. So thank you, and thank you for clarifying some of my questions.
Deputy Mayor Melendez.
Thank you. I really appreciate all the comments that have been made so far. This process is about transparency, and the nature of the public hearing, my role is very clear. I have to speak and make sure that everyone casts their vote. And I appreciate Councilmember O'Donnell bringing up concerns about people being able to vote or having access to a ballot. I did get a message from a constituent who let me know that they were not able to vote because they bought their house last year and they're still waiting for the assessor to change the name on the property tax. And I'm not sure if our city attorney could speak to these types of scenarios and maybe explain to us, what if someone is not able to vote?
I'm not a year past it should have been. I would definitely talk to the county assessor and about updating, checking the books of deeds to make sure it's been properly recorded. But the assessor's usually pretty quick in updating that.
Okay, so maybe this is an opportunity to follow up with that person, make sure that they are supported in their efforts. But I do appreciate the discussion. We have a lot of public right-of-way to maintain, and that is been the burden of our current council leadership and the burden of leadership of the past, right? But as times continue to change and the cost of living goes up, we can expect that the cost to provide services to the public will also increase. So it's very challenging, but we have a transparent government who is willing to have these conversations with you. I know that myself and all of my colleagues here on the council, we're very dedicated to public service. My number one concern is making sure that as an organization, as a city, we are providing the best possible services to you and making every single dollar count for you. Whether you've followed many of our council meetings or this is your first time engaging with us, you can see from our public record that we continue to have very stringent oversight of all of our city operations when it comes to maintenance to make sure that your tax dollars are being used for the best, most beautiful city with a healthy environment that is safe and clean. And recently we've been talking about fire protections. So whatever we have to do, whether we have the ability to maintain maintenance as it is now or not, we are going to do our very best to provide this public service to you. So I appreciate everyone from the public participating in the discussion, and this will go through a process of the vote, and I'm not sure when the public hearing is allowed to end, but is that something we have to make a motion on, Mayor?
We have one more public speaker, and then we have some statements that we need to read, and then we'll bring this to an end. We'll explain, ballots will be counted tomorrow, and we'll explain the timeline before we conclude the public
Thank you.
meeting.
That'll be my comment for now.
Nikki Leeds requested to be heard. You have 3 minutes.
Hi, I'm Nikki Leeds. I've lived in Vista now for 26 years, and I love this community very, very much. And I thank you all for the opportunity to vote on this. I actually went to the in-person meeting. I really appreciated it. I talked to all the staff members there, and they were very welcoming. And I, too, also shared with them that I think that they're going to get a no vote on this. Quite frankly, I feel it's not because people are confused. I think they're tax fatigued. And I understand the low-hanging fruit. I do. Like, you go to the property owner and you say, it won't be much. Can I just tack on a little bit more, right? And we all know this as property owners. Like, when you have the ability to buy a home and get a piece of the pie, it's incumbent upon you to give back, and that's what we do with our property taxes. We give back to the school boards, the school district that we help support with our taxes. I have multiple business licenses because I'm a small mom and pop housing provider. I've been had the good privilege of dealing with tenants for many years. I offer housing here in Vista, so I pay for fire inspections. I pay for lots of different things, and that's part of me doing business here, and I understand that. But so I had the ability to vote on every single property that I would have had an increase in my property tax, and it was pretty cattywampus. Like, I didn't understand why some were really high, some were kind of low, but basically what I felt was that everyone enjoys the roads. Everybody needs the safety of lights, and we need to kind of look to maybe a Plan B, because I don't think you're going to get the vote on this. And if you do, of course, I will pay my assessment, but I do take big issue with it. This was a kicking of the can. Sorry, guys, that you guys are having to deal with this right now. I'm so sorry. Like, there's not a good solution here, but I think you're going to get a no vote on this, and it's not because we're confused. It's because quite frankly, we're fatigued from always being asked to pay more as property owners. So thank you for the time.
Well, I couldn't agree more with those comments. To answer the question directly with regard to why it seemed initially that your number might be going down, I'm not going to refer to that as a trick, but I don't know if it was entirely transparent, because the reality was you're getting rid of one fee that's X, agreeing to pay a fee that's 90% of X, but it's indexed. So within 2 or 3 years, you're going to pay X plus 10%, and within 10 years, you're going to pay X times 2. So strictly speaking, I don't think we really got to talk about that in our discussions. I wish we had. I spoke against these districts, I spoke against it. I voted on my ballots no. And the reason I did, and I had a lot of people called me and asked me, Mayor, what are you doing on this? And I said, here's why I'm against it. Because I think that this council has had quite a few opportunities to say no to discretionary spending. I mean, I think, sorry to the people that like the speed bumps everywhere. Once we get to spending 2 million of them, there's an old saying in politics, a million here, a million there. Pretty soon we're talking real money. This stuff adds up. And I think, we were just presented with a deficit spending budget. We've had all kinds of things that, roundabouts as far as the eye can see. We're going to put in 1,183 of them by the end of the year. no, really, what is it, 13 or 17 or something? Roundabouts everywhere that a lot of motorists don't like. A lot of money being spent on stuff. I just really think it's time for us to pull in and focus on what's important and really be great stewards of the public's dollar. For that reason, I couldn't support a tax increase. And I think, and I've been trying to kind of speak to this council because there's going to come a day soon when I'm not going to be a member of it and just be a resident like you. And I'm hopeful that we really become fiscally, prudent in the way we manage our city. I'm a small business owner also. I signed a lease that says when my landlord's property taxes go up, guess who pays it? I do. I get a direct bill from them for their increased costs. They don't even have to pay it. They just send it right to me. Small business. And by the way, every renter in the entire city of Vista is going to pay increases if they get passed along. The landlords are not going to pay them. They're going to calculate their new rent based on these taxes, and these taxes get passed right along to tenants. So for that reason, I couldn't support it. Hopefully we answered all the questions. I looked at a lot of the materials that went out, and I had some conversations with staff. There's a lot of information here. It was difficult to message on. Staff did the best they could, but it was a really kind of a dense subject. So I appreciate staff having the outreach mechanism, and sorry, I don't mean to get crossways with anybody on it, but that's the way I felt about it. Had one more request for public comment from Sandra Ramirez.
Buenas tardes. It's a pleasure to be here. It's my first time ever attending a council meeting. I wanted to address the assessments that I received in the mail. I was completely confused and completely didn't understand any of it, the formulas you were talking about. I also was not sure of what this meant, but on the basis of proposed assessments, it says only parcels that receive special benefit from the improvements will be assessed. And each parcel will be assessed in proportion to the estimated special benefit received. Well, nobody's telling me what special benefit I'm receiving. So I absolutely have no idea what that means or how this was then assessed. I know that I live here on Terrace Drive. We haven't had improvements in the longest time. It's dark. I think it's been great that they did renovate Santa Fe, although all the apartments that have been built has really made my little area very congested with the traffic. And we were never asked, do we approve how many trees we're going to go down, the street, which later on, I had no idea we would be paying for. So if you decide to add another additional 50 or 75 or 100 or a forest, am I going to be required to pay for that? I mean, we had no heads up on that, at least I didn't. And I'm a 70-year-old person. I've had to go back to work. My home insurance went up by $500. My car insurance is going up by hundreds of dollars. I mean, I don't know what this means for the future because it says that the percentage will continue to grow in the future. So this is a ball that's starting to roll, and it's not saying that it's going to stop at any point. So I just wanted to make these comments because I'm very concerned, especially financially, about not being able to afford this. Thank you.
Thank you very much for those comments. And seeing no other requests for comments on this item, we'll close the opportunity for public comment at this public hearing. This is the final opportunity to submit your assessment ballots for both the citywide landscaping and lighting maintenance district, assessment district number 2025-2, and the Vista citywide street maintenance assessment district number 2025-1. Ballots received after the close of this public hearing will not be tabulated. If you wish to submit your ballots, please come forward now and submit them to the city clerk staff. You can hand them here to the city clerk at the dais. Seeing no other individuals wishing to submit a ballot, the public hearing is now closed. Assessment ballots received by the city clerk after this time shall not be tabulated. The ballots will be tabulated in the Vista room, which is right over there, starting tomorrow, May 14th at 9 a.m. The tabulation is open to the public should anyone wish to come and observe. The results of the ballot tabulation will be announced at the next City Council meeting, May 27, 2025. That will bring us to our next public hearing number 2, regarding fees and policies and procedures for recreation and community services. The public hearing is now open. If any member of the public wishes to speak on this item, they may indicate so by using the raise their hand feature, by pressing *9, or by submitting a request to speak card. Speakers will be called upon after the presentation. Recreation and Community Services Director Mike Pacheco will introduce the item.
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, Mayor and City Council. With me, I have our management analyst, Sydney, and I also have our division managers right behind us here, and we've got a presentation here for you. Go ahead, Sydney.
Hello, City Council. We are here to present recommended updates to our department's fees and policies and procedures. We will begin with an overview of the methodology for setting the fees, and then we will move to the proposed changes to the fees for facility rentals and programs, as well as proposed revisions to the policies and procedures. The methodology begins back in 2001 when the city hired a company called Maximus to conduct a fee study, which left us with a very thorough and comprehensive analysis that was then used to draft a 2002 internal memorandum that developed the department's philosophy for setting fees. And in this philosophy, it stated that one of the primary objectives is for the department to offer the most diversified recreational services, ensuring equal opportunity and choice of participation, and that fees are necessary. Demand for programs exceeds the city's ability to appropriate funds to support that demand, as well as that fees are to be viewed as a method to expand the ability of the city to provide basic services. Also, in this methodology, it outlines when the city should charge fees for services. We're not going to go through all of those guidelines as they are quite extensive, but we are going to highlight a few for you this evening. The first is to charge fees for services when, in the event there is unusually high overhead to offset some of those costs, or when a particular program or service exceeds the basic scope of services provided by the city. And then also when public property is used for private economic gain, fees should be charged comparable to commercial rates. And so with all of these in mind, this is what we use to develop our fees and have for several years. I would like to note that Exhibits 9 and 10 in the agenda report include the entire comprehensive fee study as well as the memorandum. So with that in mind, I'd like to transition to our proposed fees that we have for you, starting with recreation. So there are 2 items for your consideration. The first is to eliminate the Highland Games parking fee. That event is no longer happening at the city this year, and staff does not anticipate it happening in the future as well. Also, facility renters are responsible for ensuring parking going forward. Staff does not do that anymore, and thus we recommend eliminating the fee. The second is to include the already existing $5 fee to view Independence Day fireworks at the Moonlight Amphitheater. It is worth noting that viewing the fireworks in the rest of Bringle Terrace Park is free to the public and that this is a modest fee that generates income without making the event inaccessible, as $5 is a low barrier for most. In regards to our senior center facility rentals and programs, the only recommended change is to include the existing taxi script fee. So we have, as part of an accessible transit program, our senior residents are able to purchase $20 worth of voucher at a 60% discount, so at $8 per booklet.
Before you leave that item, who pays the other $12? Does the city?
Yes. Okay.
Mayor, can I ask a quick question?
Yes, please.
Yes.
On the previous slide for 4th of July at the Moonlight Amphitheater, how many people do we get into the amphitheater during the 4th of July celebration?
Last year it was about 1,300 last year. The year prior, about 900.
So here is my only issue with that. If there's a family of 5 that want to go, now it's $25 versus if we were to charge for parking, which I know last year when we had this same discussion, I was the third vote that said do not charge for parking, but I don't want to stop a family from being able to enter the amphitheater by paying $25 or $30 when they could just pay $5 for parking, if that makes sense.
So I think I just want to make sure to kind of paint the picture with a lot of this presentation tonight. We have existing in almost like every page of these slides because we found a lot of our policies and fees were just not included in our fee table. This has been an existing fee for over a decade. And it's because we have a band. There are other costs, again, back to why we have to charge fees. So when you have like a band that we have to pay for, the amphitheater itself has to have a cost recovery method of it. So it's not to your point, Councilmember O'Donnell, I appreciate that distinction from last year's conversation where parking was for the whole entire park, where it was a community free event for the public. We can still provide that free experience for everybody else in the park. In fact, if you go below the amphitheater, it's better viewing, I feel. You're getting the experience of the band that's inside the theater, and then everybody moves up to the hill to watch the fireworks. So I forgot to mention, it is an existing fee that we've had for a long time.
Mr. Pacheco, that was a very skillful way of telling me that we already do that. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
I got a question for you on that one. How much do we charge handles to sell ice cream at the Moonlight Amphitheater?
Sorry, I'll defer to Mike if he knows if that one is with maybe a foundation fundraiser.
Handles is a donor sponsor to the Moonlight Cultural Foundation, so there's a component. I would have to check with them about the actual amount of the donation, but that's a reciprocal relationship based on their sponsorship.
Do they have a contractual right to be there on July 4th?
No.
Okay. I'm not asking about handles in particular. I want to make a point. I've been to some other cities' July 4th celebration, and they charge for vendors to show up and sell things. Might we want to think about, instead of charging the $5, which at this point is a de minimis, you get 900 people, you got, what is that, $4,500 or something, $4,600, whatever it is. Could we make that much off selling tents? And can we get $1 off of every ice cream they sell, or something like that? And then, what about our agreements? I know what's the name of the
Concessionaire Bread and Cheese.
Yeah, Bread and Cheese.
There's
That's
the contract, right?
Yeah, they have a contract to do every event there, right?
Correct.
No, we don't. But we make more money when they're selling sandwiches.
Absolutely. Yeah,
Okay,
it's
good.
18% of the purchases. Yeah.
I know Council Deputy Mayor Melendez said she'd be interested in seeing children attend for free. I'm okay with that. Maybe that makes it easier for a small family to get in, and maybe there's some alternative way. Since we're into the point of de minimis charge, it's like, at what point do we just waive it, right? But are there other ways, like people who want to buy concessions? That's a voluntary thing. You could bring your own sodas and water and snacks. You don't have to buy concessions. If the concessions are a little expensive on that night, but that helps us pay for the fireworks, is that something that we've given any thought to?
We never increased the prices at Bread and Cheese as a result of the 4th of July. We take the normal percentage that we typically do for any event at the amphitheater.
Mike, I think what he's asking is, could we have other concessionaires come in for the 4th of July event and charge them fees and make
Sure.
money for that?
There is a stipulation in the contract with Bread and Cheese. We'd have to look at the details of that, which allows for them, some first right of refusal or some.
They have
some-
exclusive concession rights.
Right.
But is that within the
we'd have to look
amphitheater or is that within the park?
The amphitheater. That as the concessionaire of the Moonlight.
So I think the question now is, could we have like food trucks or
Sure.
some other concessionaire? Could we explore like having them come in and charging them fees?
Absolutely.
So we can look at that.
Yeah, and maybe there's all kinds of companies that like to, maybe they sell water filters or something. I mean, these kind of companies like to, buy a tent and get in front of a big crowd and have an opportunity to talk to people while they're having fun. Maybe we could look at some revenue opportunities, maybe on the softball field or the baseball field, people would have a chance to do that. I don't know, just thinking outside the box for how we could create some revenues, since council didn't have a desire to charge for the parking, and we're talking about the $5, maybe we could pursue that. Deputy Mayor.
Thank you. I appreciate being able to pause on this item because I do look at this recreational opportunity, and as much as we can make these programs accessible to families with children, I would like to be able to do that. But also, Mayor, I appreciate us and council members being able to maybe pull together a better ecosystem for these events, because there's definitely a lot of opportunity. People are coming into our facility, and there's a whole large park that we could potentially create more opportunity for sales, right, and revenues during the event and during the whole day as people are camping out throughout the day. So I would, wonder if this conversation maybe goes beyond the fee schedule and what type of direction we could give staff in terms of programming Bringle Terrace Park during these types of public events.
Appreciate the feedback.
Moving on to our cultural arts facilities, we'll start with the Moonlight Amphitheater. Staff recommend creating overtime rates for renters who use the patio, the rehearsal room, and the stage, mainly for two big points. Number one, to help renters end the event at the agreed upon time, but then also in the event that they do stay later, that the labor costs incurred are offset by those fees. And then upon doing further research, we recommend increasing the orchestra pit removal and restoration fee. It's been at $1,000 since at least 2011, and it takes a crew of about 6 people and 4 hours to just remove it, and those same 6 people, another 4 hours to restore it. And then we do recommend offering the LED video wall for usage by renters if they are so inclined. For both the Moonlight Amphitheater and the Avo Playhouse, we recommend modifying the cleaning fee for department-wide consistency. Just throughout the document, have it say, build at direct cost per the contract with the city. And then include the existing practice of passing on a 4% credit card transaction fee to the facility renter. I would like to note it's not necessarily to the customer. So at the end or the conclusion of the event, when we're processing all the settlement, that's when we look at the number of tickets that were sold via credit card, and that's when the 4% transaction fee gets applied. And then raise minimum fees for house staff to mirror minimum wage as well.
May I ask a quick question on the LED video wall? I don't see a specific cost listed there.
We recommend $1,000 for one
I
day,
see. Sorry, it's across the way. Okay.
Yeah, sorry, it's at the very bottom. and then $500 for each additional day. Also, it's recommended to remove the option to adjust the light plots. We found this to be an incredibly cumbersome process, and the effort greatly exceeds any theatrical benefit that is provided by the adjustment. And then, of course, staff has to readjustment for all of our performances and whatnot.
What is a light plot?
A light plot provides a standardized mechanism for the lighting throughout the show. Mike can speak
Is
to
that
that.
the bar that the light's saying from?
So at the AVO and the Moonlight, there's what we call a repertory plot or a rep plot, is the way that the lights are hung in their normal state when there's not a show going. So in between shows at the AVO, it's in between rentals. So the light plot is how those lights are focused on the stage.
That's like the bar that all the lights hang off of?
The plot is all of the lights themselves. It's the system of lighting.
So they all get taken down?
No, we do
For the
focus them
2000.
differently. So based on a production,
Oh, I
if
see.
someone was standing over here, they get focused in different ways. And renters sometimes request to focus them based on the show that they're putting on.
And so for $2,000, that's not enough to compensate to have that done?
I'm sorry, say
I think
again.
what we're doing is trying to take that off the table so that
Yeah, it's very labor intensive to adjust the lighting plot in between rentals, and we would like to maintain just a standard repertory plot that is fixed to avoid the labor cost of changing it in between renters.
Well, how many times have people requested to do that?
It's not often. At the Moonlight, it rarely ever happens, and so it's really non-consequential.
How many times in the last year?
At this point, maybe once a year at the AVO, and not at all at the Moonlight.
You don't think we'll lose a rental because of that?
No, not at all.
Okay, very
we
good.
think it'll remove a barrier. It'll actually help, bring more people in.
Okay.
In addition, at the end of 2024, we implemented new ticketing software and ticketing printers. And so with that, adjustments for the ticket printing fees for renters, $50 for a single event and $100 for the events with multiple performances. And then because the new ticketing software was implemented,
Who pays that and how do they pay it?
My bad.
That's if we're going to sell tickets to your show that you're doing at the Moonlight, you're a private party, and you want us to sell the tickets for you.
So
Is that it?
we collect so they sell the tickets through our software if they're hosting the event at city property, like the Moonlight Amphitheater and the AVO Playhouse.
Gotcha. Okay, but we don't charge people who are going to the Moonlight for one of our regular programs. They don't pay that.
No, no, we don't. Not at all.
No.
Yeah.
The renter would pay if you're putting on a concert and we're selling the tickets for you.
Got it.
It's the cost to print those tickets.
Good. Very good. I hate those fees. Junk fees.
And so because the new ticketing software was implemented at the end of last year, under that ticket sales section, we can strike that language that said $2 per ticket processing fee beginning with the introduction of new ticketing software at the end of 2024. And then specifically just for the AVO Playhouse, it is recommended that we offer a 5-hour rental block in addition to the already existing 10-hour rental block to accommodate a wider range of events and potential renters. And we have Mike Bradford to talk a little bit more about that. We have a couple scenarios of what that would look like.
So we put together, I think some of the conversation around the use of the AVO was the difficulty with the 10-hour block of time that was required in our previous fee structure. If you look to the right, you'll see example scenarios of 3 different types of organizations: a nonprofit that is focused on Vista, a nonprofit non-Vista organization, and a for-profit. The 10-hour block of time rental amount, and then other fees associated with that. That facility maintenance fee you see at the top is 5% of the rental amount. The staffing costs are approximated based on that 10-hour block of time. the cleaning costs and that ticket cost that we associated with that. So the total costs there you will see to your right. And then the scenarios down below represent different net revenues as resulting from different sales of capacity of a scenario. For instance, the first one, if 75% of the tickets were sold at $20, then net revenue is as you see it there. And then lower capacity, as you see below, 50% capacity and at 25% capacity. And with a lower attended event at $20 per ticket, you'll see at the bottom that it's a net negative here in terms of revenue. So in the very similar scenario with only a 5-hour rental, because most events don't last up to 10 hours in time, you'll see that the net revenues are significantly increased, and even an event at 25% capacity at a $20 ticket will net a positive revenue in this situation. So if we're looking at a scenario where a band wants to come in and set up and do a 2-hour concert, whether it's a nonprofit or a for-profit, there's potential financial stability there for them to do that in this 5-hour block of time.
You're saying because we're providing only 5 hours of staffing versus a guaranteed 10? Is that why our profit goes up?
The profit goes up because the staffing costs are cut in half. We reduce the rental cost because we're basing it on a 5-hour block of time.
When we do the 10-hour rental, we expend the 10 hours of labor one way or another.
That's exactly
whether
right.
it's used or not.
Correct.
Got it. Yep. Any other questions on that? Okay. Thank you.
Am I available to?
Oh, yeah, please.
Okay. So this item, as we're discussing the AVO, I'm looking back at some of the fees related to the Moonlight. And, for example, seeing the inclusion of the LED wall in the fee schedule, I think that that's a good example of another area of technical assistance that we have to provide so that we can, make sure that we're made whole in the use of the public amenity. However, under the recommendation of a 5-hour example scenario, I do still think that that's limited. And one of the scenarios that I would like to see priced out is a much shorter rental that has less technical needs, right? So I understand that with our use of skilled labor, right, with IATSE and all of the technology that exists within the facility, we do have to charge, right, for the use of the facility. But I think that there's still a cost prohibition for those who, are not looking to sell $20 tickets, and they're, more so interested in having the AVO as a community space for people to be able to entertain and express themselves and share stories. I would like to be able to see the scenario within the AVO where we are able to rent it out for a shorter amount of time. I do see that in a more general case, right, an hour to open house, 2-hour performance, and an hour to close house. That's 4 hours, right, of potentially a scenario where you're really going to have maximum use of the facility for those 4 hours. But we can get into some other scenarios where, why aren't we allowing our community to rent the AVO for an hour and do a puppet show for kids? For me, it's not enough to just have this public amenity available at a high cost for 5 hours. But even for a nonprofit, it really forces you to sell tickets in order to be able to access the facility. So I want to be able to see people accessing the facility at a much lower cost. And if you don't have to open the tech booth, if you're just turning on the lights and making sure people have a place to sit and you have someone monitoring the doors, and making sure everybody is safe and the fire alarms are working, right? For me, that is enough of an accommodation that we should be able to reduce the amount of time required to rent the space. This is definitely a better scenario. 10 hours was definitely challenging. I can see a lot more people accessing the facility with this 5-hour scenario. But for me, I want to continue to make this accessible to the public. And I want to see, weekdays, moms and kids being able to go, hang out with artists and volunteers that want to put on a puppet show for the kids, right? And all you got to do is turn the lights on and have folks sit down, and we don't even need any audio equipment. We just get to use our voices and just have a fun time and be able to share that love of theater and performance and art and expression with our community. So that's definitely more of a community-based, nonprofit scenario. But I'm sure that there's other scenarios. This 5-hour scenario, I think, is getting us closer to more accessibility to the public. So thank you for putting that forward. And I'm curious if any members of the public have thoughts on this as well.
I can't say just as a barrier to the short period of time is our MOU with IATSE Local 122 requires a 4-hour minimum time for those employees that are working at the AVO. And a requirement that we utilize those people for any event that takes place at the AVO. And so that 4-hour block of time is, we'll be paying for that regardless of what the event is under the current MOU. So just something to consider as we talk about it.
Thank you. And what is the term for that MOU?
The memorandum of understanding that.
What is the length of time? When does
it ends
3
June
years,
30th,
3 years from when we
2027.
signed it. Yes.
Sorry, one more time.
It ends June 30th, 2027.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Mike. Appreciate it.
I have comments as well. Mike, you might just want to stay up there. Okay, so this is something that I've been pressing. I really was unsatisfied with the 10-hour window. Obviously, you can go back and people that didn't see that, you can go back and watch those meetings. This is a much better, this is a step forward. I don't want this MOU with IATSE to get in the way, because I actually had a conversation with the president of IATSE and with another gentleman in IATSE, and they're creating, I brought this up before, can we have some kind of apprenticeship that we utilize the AVO, we can have lower cost, potentially have, I'm saying 5 hours here, but I'm hearing that it's a 4-hour minimum, so I think we could still track this down to a 4-hour block instead of a 5-hour. I would love to see to get, us getting to 3. Have we had conversations with IATSE about having an apprenticeship program? Because in my conversation with them, they're already starting to do that with in other facilities.
There is, for instance, the Center for the Arts in Escondido has an apprenticeship program. Their hourly rates are exceed, even for the apprentices, exceed our hourly rates written into our MOU. So our lowest hourly rate would still require that full 4 hours in time. And so we would have to look at, we don't have an apprentice rate, but we
Correct.
have our lowest rate for an entry-level crew member in our.
Yeah, I think this is an area that we need to explore. One, we need more good work for our youth and young adults. And then we have this facility that's owned by the public that gets almost no use. Getting to 5-hour is much better than having this 10-hour. But I think there's still a lot more room where we can have a conversation and figure out how we can have an apprenticeship program here. And if there's any kind of side letter or whatever, I don't know what it's going to take. I'm going to go back and speak with them about this, have a longer conversation. But I'm not 100% satisfied with where we're at, because this 5-hour scenario is still extremely expensive. And I know I'm still going to see the AVO be vacant. So I 100% want to see an effort from the city to try and figure out how we can potentially get an apprenticeship program, because it doesn't sound like we've had that conversation with them yet, and how to lower it. Maybe there's another tier that gets to, the 4-hour. Maybe we can even get to 3-hour. I don't know, right? These are obviously conversations that need to be had. But I really appreciate all the work that went into this. I submitted to city manager and assistant city manager the Brooks Theater in Oceanside fee schedule, and they have a 4-hour minimum on the Brooks Theater, and then a maximum of 10 hours. And something else that I said in the previous meeting about this, and I'm also seeing this reflected in the Oceanside Theater Company for the Brooks Theater, is lower rates depending on the day. So I don't know if there's, right? I brought this up before, and then when I found this fee schedule for rentals, that's what they're doing here. So weekday, Monday through Thursday, is lower than weekend, Friday through Sunday. And that's not something that I see currently on this fee schedule, and I think we need to do a little bit more work to ensure that we can get the highest utilization. Again, thank you so much for getting us to this point. We're not at the finish line with this. I think there's a lot more room to be creative, innovative, and ensure higher utilization of the AVO, because my businesses down there really need it. They absolutely need it. We're going through the downtown committee right now, right? Trying to make sure that our downtown is vibrant. And if we don't have the AVO programmed, it's just an engine that is sitting idle, when instead it could be generating foot traffic. We have 2 new restaurants down there, right? Well, we have Coombers and then we have 7 Seas. And so anyways, I just don't think that this is a home run yet, but maybe we're at second base. I don't know, maybe we got to second base. I'm waiting for Tatis to come up and hit a homer. So if we could do a little bit more work, I'll do anything I need on my end to have conversations with folks. But I think that there is a huge opportunity to have an apprenticeship program and to carve out a smaller hour scenario. So anyways, again, thank you. We're getting there. I want to go all the way to, home plate. But I just don't think we're there yet.
Moving on to our cultural arts programs, it is recommended that tickets for the summer season shows increase to help offset rising direct and indirect operating costs. The proposal is done strategically to raise general lawn tickets the least to maintain affordability. And I do think it's worth noting that even the new season ticket prices and the new individual ticket prices will still average 34% lower and 47% lower than other major theaters in the San Diego region. So ultimately, the Moonlight Amphitheater is the most affordable ticket in town for Broadway-style theatrical productions. In addition, our Presents series has historically consisted of strictly concerts, and staff is interested in pursuing a programmatic shift to have more diversified and also family-friendly entertainment. We see this shift as a win-win because we anticipate having lower operating costs, which also allows us to improve affordability and engage a wider audience.
So we've brought in a lot of Broadway shows in the last couple of years. Has the cost to bring that type of program, does the cost go up to bring in that type of program or show?
Each show is, the royalties for each show are different. A Disney show costs more to produce than a non-Disney title. So we do a separate budget for each of our productions, and where our estimated revenue and expenses are taken into consideration based on the title. So a show like Grease is more expensive to put on, but also sells a lot more tickets. So it's kind of a, the royalty increases, but the ticket sales increase as well.
Yeah, no, and the reason for that, and I just want to commend you on a fantastic job on getting the program you've had there, because the last 2 years have just been a real banger of a job. Like, they've been fantastic. So, yeah, can we snap? But I asked that question because when I look at ticket increase, I think it's justified, and so I just want the public to know that, yes, the prices are going up, but the quality of the program is going up as well. So that was the only comment I wanted to make.
Great.
Thank you. Good point.
Okay, going to the Wave Water Park, very similarly, it is recommended to increase or have modest increases to offset rises in both direct and indirect operating costs. Specifically for general admission individual tickets, those are recommended to increase by $1 or $2 and to have the season passes increase by $5. Facility rentals would increase by about $25 per hour for most of them, and then the cabanas increase by $10. It's also recommended to include the existing $20 locker season pass as well. And then there's a wide variety of programs and events at the Wave Water Park, which is why the recommended increases vary greatly as well, all the way from just $2 to $20 for something like our Aqua Camp or Junior Lifeguards. And the last page of our fees is our general fees, and we know.
Sorry, can we go back to the Wave? Is it okay, Mayor, if I speak? Question, because I remember reading in a weekly update that this season of the Wave, in the first day that we were open, we sold out of, is it the private party space? I think it was like $100,000 from what I remember from.
It was our summer camps. So we haven't sold out completely. We were able to add more spots by having more staffing this year, but our summer camps do sell out pretty quickly. We have 2 or 3 weeks right now that are sold out, but some other weeks that are still open.
Okay. And is that in the fee schedule somewhere? Summer camp?
It's the Aqua Camps, the top one.
Aqua Camp.
Aqua Camps, Counseling, Training, and Junior Lifeguard.
Okay, hold on. Let me find that. Oh, it's on the screen. Okay, perfect. Even better. Thank you so much. Thank you, Kathy. I think you're the one in charge of the screens. Okay, so yeah, I'm just curious. I mean, if this is one of the programs that is like a really good seller at the Wave, I just think that it would be savvy for the city to figure out how to increase the ability to either generate revenue from this by expanding the program, or, I don't know if this increase here, there's potential to even increase that more, So that's something, I'm not ready to have that discussion now, but I am ready to have that in the future. And I really want to look at that, because the fact that we were able to have a lot of it sold. So where are we at now as far as summer camps, like this Aqua Camp? You're saying it's not 100% sold out?
Correct. We still have some availability. We allow about 80 campers in each week. In the past few years, it was 60. And if we sell out and we are able to add staff, as I might foresee, then we could add 1 staff member, and that could add 10 more kids. So we could potentially open up if my staffing numbers continue to rise as they are. So I could add 1 or 2 staff members and open it up to potentially 10 to 20 kids. And our capacity would be about 100 in the camps.
Okay. I'll need to talk offline to kind of understand this mechanism a little bit more, but obviously the Wave is something that we need to see greater profit generated so that we can cover the maintenance and keep it operating in perpetuity. And I want to look at some of these very successful programs. I don't want to make it cost prohibitive all the way for people, but I just want to understand the financial impacts and what goes into you having to decide to get more staff, and then that has allows for more capacity for, folks to come in. So I just wanted to highlight that, and we'll have a conversation in depth offline. But thank you so much. I appreciate it. That was my only comment.
Quick comment or question about some of these other rentals. It's great to know that we are getting sold out Aqua Camp dates. That's awesome. But some of these larger facility rentals, we're seeing a big increase in private party rentals, over doubling in most cases. And I'm just wondering with the cabanas and some of these other places, what's the rental looking like? Are those getting sold out regularly? In my recent visit, the cabanas are fun, but I'm not sure how popular they are.
Saturdays and Sundays are usually sold out every weekend, especially in July and August. During the weekdays, we don't usually sell out because it's more groups that come on the weekdays, so they might get one for a big group of 75 to 100 kids just for the chaperones to be at. But on the weekends, we have birthday parties and we have lots of families that kind of pitch in all together to get a cabana for themselves.
Maybe there's some way that we can bring in more rentals to the cabanas midweek if we have a midweek pricing for that.
Okay.
What is VIP line access?
That's something that we had a few years back. We actually, I should have taken it off. We don't do it right now. It generated about $2,000 worth of revenue, but you got a wristband and you were able to cut the line. It created some guest concerns because we really don't have an exit. So you just see these kids going by you all the times and they just paid $10, or they ride the flow rider. There's only 3 people in line. They just get a cut to the front every time. So it was a small amount of revenue that was generated, but created a lot of guest displacement.
Understandable.
Yeah.
I just want to go off of what Deputy Mayor said. The cabana rental, it being sold out on the weekends. I think also we need to look at that a little bit more and see if we can expand the footprint of cabanas. Or, I know we have a limited footprint, but we also have a lot of city land around there. Okay. Thank you for all your information. A wealth of knowledge.
My pleasure.
Hold on, don't go anywhere. I
Councilmember
have
O'Donnell.
one quick one. This is unrelated to everything that we're talking about, but does have to do with the wave. Is there a schedule out yet for the duck race? I know it's funny. It's a funny question. However, I've had a lot of people ask me that because I've been trying to highlight it for you all, but they're like, what time am I supposed to show up? And
Vista Village has been doing a really good job at marketing. It's our first year partnering with them, so Bill is really excited, which is really awesome. It is 1 to 4, and the duck race will be about 2:30.
Okay.
So we're open. Gates will open at 1 o'clock, close at 4. Ducks swim at 2:30.
I'm on the website right now, and you may not be responsible, but is there any way to get that information updated so the public can know that?
Absolutely.
Thank you. Great job, by the way. You can win the orange duck, which is mine.
Nice. Okay.
The general fees is our last page in the document, and we did notice that we had an opportunity to standardize some of the language and also make it a little bit more transparent, specifically regarding the 5% facility maintenance fee that is for building rentals. We wanted to mention that it is something that is incurred, and it is based on the rental rate multiplied by the number of hours rented. And then we wanted to also include the existing $25 processing fee for any returned checks. And so that concludes all of our fees. And if there aren't any more questions, I can move on to our policies and procedures.
Deputy Mayor.
Thank you. Just a quick comment and maybe a consideration for my council. One of the questions I have in this process, and I really appreciate the start of this presentation, doing a recap on the historic methodology, right? And why and how we do set fees. And there are certainly many, endless public amenities that we provide that we do not set a fee for. But I do think that the community is interested in maybe having other opportunities, right? Things like music in the park. We don't allow for amplified music or sound in the parks, and that's just a blanket prohibition. So I'm wondering if there's maybe a fee that we can include to allow for music in the park during set hours that's appropriate. so that we can, people can have the opportunity to play music and hear the sound well, and the city can have an opportunity to, provide that service and maybe even receive reasonable fees for that.
Just looking at Operations Manager Rob, who does oversee all the park rentals, and we have various permits for different picnic rentals. Like if someone's going to have alcohol at their rental, we'll have a special, alcohol permit, and then they have to have some insurance. And then if there was somebody that wanted to have music, they just have to have the permit, or we just would say no. Sorry, I'll let Rob speak. I knew I needed to look at him on this one.
I've rented out the parks a couple
Okay,
times.
you are
I usually
a big
can't play
renter of
music.
ours.
So, yeah, as Mike was saying, if noise amplified music is actually prohibited in the park, with the exception of the director's approval. So if a patron were to come to us and request that, it would go to our director for approval. So we do get quite a bit of complaints. I took a complaint actually today. It was from a Mother's Day event at Bringle Terrace Park, and the music was too loud for the neighbors.
Right, it may be occurring, right? Music in the park, amplified music, it's not regulated at all, other than there is a prohibition, but we don't have a permit opportunity for it.
No, we do
At this
not.
time, because we have in our municipal code prohibition on amplified music in the park.
Correct.
Okay.
That kind of makes sense to me. In other words, the de facto policy is you can play music in the park as long as no one complains. That's a good policy. It is. I mean, seriously. And if anybody complains about it, then boom, we shut you down. So as long as you're really respectful of other people and your music isn't bad, I know that's in the eye of the beholder, but I know it is, but that's why I think it's a good policy. Just saying. What else do we have?
All right, we have some recommended changes to our policies and procedures for you. We'll start with Section 7, the deposits. So we noticed that when reviewing the document that the deposit amounts were kind of sprinkled throughout several sections, and so we've consolidated them into one location in the document. And then also, instead of having them listed out in sentences and paragraphs, they are just reformatted as a table for readability and ease. Section 8 is on the requirements for facility renters, specifically for insurance. And so we sent this section to our risk manager, who then recommended that we add the phrase, if alcohol is present at the facility rental, $1 million liquor liability insurance is also required. I would like to note that this can oftentimes be added for little or no charge to a standard liability insurance for a one-day event, so it is not cost prohibitive. And then for our cancellations and refunds, in an attempt to streamline operations, we've been reviewing this and noticed that in the past when we have had a $10 initial payment for our recreation camps and early childhood programs, the benefits just did not outweigh the amount of tracking and effort and follow-up that was required by staff. So we recommend striking that language because it's no longer applicable. And then also revising the credits on the accounts. So if someone has a credit on the account, have it expire 1 year from the date it was issued, as opposed to the current policy, which just says they expire every July 1st. So this would have greater fairness and consistency. Section 12 is site-specific policies. And so for this, upon further review, we noticed that a deposit for our Park Terrace kitchen is just not necessary. We did move the Morris B. Vance kitchen deposit to Section 7 with the rest of the deposits. And then also upon further consideration in reviewing the athletic fields, we don't need deposits for that either. It's worth noting that everyone who uses the fields does have an insurance endorsement that's approved by risk management. The fields are under warranty. Most of the users are schools. any damage that we imagine would far exceed the amount of the deposit. So it's just not, it's just outdated language at this point. In the site-specific policies and procedures for the Moonlight Amphitheater and the Avo Playhouse, it's recommended to include mentioning that facility rentals to the for-profit renters require sound and lighting to be provided by staff as outlined in our memorandum of agreement with IATSE. And then at the very end, include existing practices that have been implemented at the Wave Water Park. So very standardized language regarding general admission refunds or for our swim classes and our camps. So for instance, language that says that tickets and passes are non-transferable or non-refundable regardless of weather for general admission. And then if we have a cancellation that's initiated on our part, we of course would refund the customer for swim lessons and the splash camp. However, we just don't give refunds after the second class has passed. And then also some language regarding our birthday groups and private renters, how if they decide to cancel within 72 hours of the scheduled event, they're just not going to receive a refund for that.
What kind of ticket would be non-transferable?
I'll let Angela speak to that one.
If it was for maybe a specific date, so we have Friday night splashes, which are separate ticketed than a daytime. So if a night ticket that is cheaper wouldn't be able to be transferred to be a day ticket.
Okay. You didn't mean transferable from party A to party B. You meant reschedulable or rain checkable.
Right.
Got it.
We do offer rain checks, though, correct? I mean, if I pay for a ticket at 10 and all of a sudden there's black clouds and lightning at 11,
Yeah, we would give tickets to come back another day.
we just don't give a refund of
Refunds.
funds. Got it, okay. That's all, thank you.
And that concludes our suggested modifications to the policies and procedures. And so staff recommend City Council adopt the resolutions approving the changes to the fees and policies and procedures. And with that, we are happy to address any additional questions or concerns.
Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor. Do we have any public comments?
I don't see any.
I don't see any. I just wanted to, for the edification of staff, make sure that there was direction, specifically on some of the items where we may have made recommendations. So I know regarding the AVO, I would like to see a little bit more flexibility in the rates around those slow days, right? That's typically non-weekend days. And I also would like to see, maybe a 4-hour block rather than a 5-hour block. And then I would also like to see staff, make an effort to build in those conversations with our labor partner, IATSE, to see if, whether, amended during this term or in a future iteration of the contract, we have more flexibility. And also appreciating Councilmember Contreras' recommendations for an apprenticeship program. So, there's a number of recommendations that have been given throughout multiple council meetings, but just to ensure that there's consensus, I wanted to, restate some of those parts of the discussion and see what our other council members might be interested in having come back to us.
Councilmember O'Donnell.
Are there any motions that need to be made on this? I don't think it's just staff direction, correct?
Staff is requesting the adoption of 2 council resolutions.
Deputy Mayor, did you make a motion? Would you like to? I'll make the motion to adopt staff recommendations with the understanding also that we bring back the discussion about the AVO 4th of July vendors as well, and as well as the ATSE apprenticeship program at later dates. That's the end of the motion. I do want to make one quick comment and question. And forgive me, because I know we've had at-length discussions about this with the rental of the Moonlight for events. Do we charge parking at those events, or do we collect parking fees? Is there a reason for that? Do we have that discussion on the dais? I don't recall. But that might be something we should explore as well.
Staff has had a general lack of ability to collect the fees for parking with a, I don't know what you want to call it. It's been a mess, right? I don't know any better way to say it. Handling of cash and taking of credit card fees. I think if we got one of those, things every restaurant has now where you tap it,
I mean, I would hate to bring in a third party or contract a third party because it's just lost revenue, but at the same time, there are easy ways to expedite a type of program like this. And I haven't carried a checkbook, and very rarely do I ever carry cash. I know not everybody carry, but I mean, the majority of people own some type of debit card at this point. So I would think that'd be easily attainable.
They have a sign with a QR code. You ever seen those? You go to San Diego, anywhere, any public lot now, you take a picture of it, you send your however much, $5, and you're paid. And you put your license plate number in it. And I don't know how that works for enforcement, but
that would be my hesitation, is with the enforcement aspect.
You know what? There's obviously some way to enforce it. And
well, let's bring it back for a later discussion instead of right now.
Voluntary compliance alone might be pretty significant.
Yeah.
So a lot of things in government actually work that way. We just don't tell the general public that it's on the honor system.
Do I need to amend my motion to bring that back as well? All right, thank you, Walter.
Let's see, Councilmember Contreras again, I think.
Yeah, I'm sorry. What was the amendment that you?
There is no amendment. I made the motion to approve staff recommendations with the understanding we're going to bring back the discussion on the AVO, 4th of July vendors, and the IATSE apprenticeship program.
Oh, okay. Fantastic. Okay, I'll second.
Councilmember Fox.
Just one quick mention is I know that I've seen in the last Bringle Terrace Park plan, there was a bunch of improvements with paid parking and things like that in Bringle Terrace. So that might be a thing that could go alongside something like signs that for, was it Park Mobile is one of the apps that they use at like Palomar and a lot of those schools to collect parking fees. So you just, have your car, your license plate's already in it, you scan it, So if that's something you want to do to entertain, that's, one option. But that was it. Thank you.
I think that's a great idea. Okay, we have a motion and a second. Please cast your votes. Motion is approved unanimously. That brings us to the first of 4 discussion items this evening. The first one is regarding speed humps at Calle Sinaloa. Traffic Engineer Sam Hassenen will provide the staff report.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. This is speed humps on Calle Sinaloa. So the item was initiated by a resident to evaluate the stretch of Calle Sinaloa between Beverly Drive and Foothill Drive for speed humps as a traffic calming measure. Staff conducted the evaluation and determined that the street meets the criteria for installation of speed humps. And as required in City Council Policy 600-07, the residents submitted a petition for the installation of the speed humps, which showed that a majority of the nearby residents are in support of the speed humps. Speed study data showed the prevailing speeds near 1949 Calle Sinaloa to be around 30 miles an hour. This is just a picture of the area. Calle Sinaloa is about 2 blocks between Foothill Drive and Beverly Drive. So the recommendation, actually, I apologize for the slide. I think the recommendation was to discuss the installation of the speed humps. This slide should reflect that it's not a staff recommendation to approve, but to discuss, and that's in response to the Traffic Commission not having approved this item in response to a resident that attended the meeting and spoke in opposition. And that concludes my presentation.
Next, we will go to public comment on this item. First, we will hear from Eric De La Cruz.
Hi, good evening. It's pretty much just, the same story from earlier. People just fly down the street. And me personally, I have 2 little ones. We like to ride our bikes. And it seems like it's more heavier in the morning hours and evening, maybe like the commuting hours. Seems like people use our street to kind of cut through to avoid the stop signs on Foothill, kind of go to cut through them. So, didn't make the first meeting. I'm here now, brought some backup with me. Hopefully, we can get this taken care of. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we will hear from Peter Kuczynski.
Mayor Franklin, he's not here, members of the City Council and city staff. Peter Kuczynski, 43-year resident of Vista, 43 years in the immediate neighborhoods surrounding Beverly, Calle Sinaloa, and Foothill. Over the years, I've probably driven Calle Sinaloa between Beverly and Foothill several thousand times. As we all know, speed humps have a purpose, as stated by your city engineer earlier this evening, as a traffic calming device, but in the right place and at the right locations. But I've come to you tonight to ask the City Council not to install speed humps on Calle Sinaloa for the following reasons. I also submitted a package to the City Clerk, which you should have all received, which is basically highlighted and emphasizes the points that I take exception to. On April 2nd, your Traffic Commission voted and recommended against the installation of speed humps. I did not attend that meeting, but I think I know the reasons why. As your city engineer stated, the city's speed study showed, and it's a part of your whole package, that the average speed for that area when they did the speed study was 25 miles an hour, and it did not exceed 30 miles an hour at the 85th percentile. Speed did not meet the speed criteria as per the city's speed hump criteria. I also question if one of the objectives of speed humps is traffic calming, why is the speed limit criteria only rated at 15 points and not at one of the highest levels of 25 points, as you have 2 other criteria that have 25 points and have nothing to do with speed as it goes through there. Per Exhibit 6, the city notified, when they sent out the notice of this meeting, 72 affected addresses. They made the city map, that's Exhibit 6. The petition in support of the speed humps only had 18 addresses, which was only 25%, not 51%. I also started collecting petitions, a petition which you have a copy of. I also got 18 signatures in opposition of speed humps in that area because you did not go on any streets other than Calle Sinaloa. But when you sent it out to 72 people. Now you're only doing it on 31 for Calle Sinaloa, which they found. Also, most of the people I talked to said put a 4-way stop at the corner of Calle Sinaloa and Warmlands. Stop the traffic there instead of speed humps. Also, sections which you have pictures of, I know I'm running out of time, your asphalt there needs to be repaired. I found out it was surprising based on your study, you're not going to take care of that asphalt in the next 16 months. It's already alligated, it's deteriorating. I can't imagine.
Thank you very much. And next is Kelly Rackham, followed by Lucy Fonseca. Kelly Rackham, no longer here. Lucy Fonseca.
Good evening. I'm Lucy Fonseca. I live in Calle Sinaloa. I'm the resident that attended the Traffic Commission meeting and am against the speed bumps. When I moved there was horses coming down the street. 2 months ago, I still seen another horse come down the street. I take walks around my neighborhood. I get to know my neighbors. I'm outside. When my grandchild comes out, he's out playing in the front yard or he's actually in the sidewalks. The traffic that's coming down Cali-Sinaloa is not cut-through traffic. This is our residents. These are the cul-de-sacs that are adjoined to Cali-Sinaloa. This is not cut through trying to get from foothill to foothill. These are our residents that are doing the traffic. Some suggestions: there's no speed limit sign. There's nothing painted on the pavement saying 25 miles an hour. I've talked to my neighbors. Myself, my neighbors, we would like to see if our tax-paying money could go to repairing that street, our street, and also paving it, and utilize our money that way or other alternatives versus putting the speed bumps down as the initial, proposal. I'm against them. And I do want to thank you for your time. I think I've hit everything on my notes, and I appreciate very much the time. And I vote no against the speed bumps.
Thank you. Gail Hallemeyer, followed by Vanessa Perez.
I don't even know if I need it. Okay. Good evening, Mayor, council people. I'm Gail Hallemeyer. I've been in the city for over 35 years in Vista, in that house on Wolverine Way, which Wolverine is the street that is just off of Cali-Sinaloa. So we drive that all the time. And I'm also here to ask you not to put in the speed bumps because we want the stop sign. If we had a stop sign at Warmlands and Cali-Sinaloa, it would help us. Most of us stop anyway because there's a large dip in the road which slows us down. And if you like your car, you don't want to go through the dip fast, okay? And we live in that area, so we know it's residential. My sons grew up in that area with their friend that lived on Cali-Sinaloa, and we let the kids walk. We weren't worried. I don't have a young child anymore. Fortunately, I have grandchildren. But the point is, yes, we need to slow down the traffic, but I don't think speed bumps. I understand you've already approved a two-way stop at Warmlands. So can we put in maybe a four-way? And I would love the recommendation of there's no speed limit sign for us. We need that so that we can do these things first before we do the speed bumps. Thank you, Mayor, for commenting that we are putting in a lot of speed bumps. I'm not against speed bumps. I travel on Eucalyptus all the time, and I understand why you put them in there. But in this area, we need the stop signs so we can stop us at that major intersection. Warmlands on that tail end over there for many years was not even paved. It was dirt. And she talked about the horses. The kids played over there. So please, put the stop signs in first, and let's see how we're doing, and then we can address the speed bumps. Thank you.
Vanessa Perez, followed by Daniel Barnes.
Thank you for the time and the platform that we can kind of speak to this. So I live on Cali-Sinaloa, and I've been there for 13 years, and so I've seen a lot of change. I've seen it, we have a lot of new families coming in with small children that live on Cali-Sinaloa. And so right now, as she was saying, there are dips at Warmlands where they're proposing the four-way. And right there, it does slow down. But by the time they get to my house, which is probably 3/4 of the way up, they're going well over 25 miles an hour, which is what was shown on the studies here. And as you can see, the support on Cali-Sinaloa, we're looking for a safer street. And just so that you know, the surrounding areas around Foothill, there are limited sidewalks. There's areas that don't have sidewalks, so people do come to our street to walk, and we want to make sure that stays safe. And so, but the speeding on our street isn't new. When I first moved in 13 years ago, someone was already doing a petition trying to put a stop sign where it was at, and it was actually demoted to a yield. So this speeding issue has been going on for a long time, and it hasn't gotten better. So I hope with this council that you can help us make lasting change. And I understand it's a way to get to people's homes, but living on Cali-Sinaloa, I would love to see just the speed go down, because Cars are nice. You don't realize how fast you're going. There's plenty of times I'm in my car and I don't realize I'm going over the speed limit. So hopefully you can help us make that change.
Daniel Burns. Is Daniel Burns still here? Okay, we'll now go to Zoom. We'll start with Riley Fay, followed by Alex Osborne. Riley, can you hear us?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hi, my name is Riley Fay, and I'm a resident who has grown up on Kaya Sinaloa. I would like to discuss the reason why the speed bumps on Kaya Sinaloa are not necessary to be installed. As the road stands now, when cars are parked on both sides of the road, it becomes narrow and drivers naturally slow down. The second reason is the road winds through the neighborhood, which also makes cars drive at a slower speed already. A solution, as other people have already said, is to install a four-way stop sign at the intersection of Warmlands and Kaya Sinaloa. This is a better solution because coming south on Warmlands, crossing over Kaya Sinaloa, there's a blind spot on the east side of the intersection. And so, yeah, thank you for your time.
Alex Osborne, followed by Mins. Alex Osborne on Zoom.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Awesome. Well, Mayor John and honorable council members, thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. My name is Alex. My husband and I live on Kali Sinaloa with our young son. I'm here as a concerned parent and neighbor asking you for attention to a serious safety issue on our street. Currently, there are no speed bumps or stop signs from Beverly Drive all the way up to Foothill Drive. Unfortunately, many drivers take full advantage of that, flying down Kali Sinaloa like they're already on the 78 freeway. It's become a real danger in a neighborhood filled with young families and children. As you've heard from several speakers tonight with other neighborhoods in Vista, speed bumps in residential neighborhoods are not just helpful, they're crucial. We're all here because we care about our communities and want to prevent accidents before they happen. Kali Sinaloa is home to many young children, and without traffic calming measures, I truly believe it's only a matter of time before something tragic occurs. That's why I'm strongly advocating for speed bumps on Kali Sinaloa. This improvement would significantly increase safety and bring peace of mind to families like mine. Thank you again for your time and consideration, and I sincerely hope you'll support this important request.
Now we'll go to our last speaker, Mins, M-I-N-Z.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Hey, my name is Daniel Barnes. Actually, I was the one that was there and I left about 8 o'clock. So I'm in favor for the speed bumps. I live right on the corner of Avenida Texaco and Calle Sinaloa. As for Peter, you live way down the street, man. You're not even on the street. You're not going to be counted in the vote. You don't need 51% counting you. Okay, that's our street. 2, I live right here and you're talking, and someone else was talking about cars there and they naturally slow down. No, that's BS. They don't. They go in the middle of the road and still speed through here, up and down. 2, about 2 or 3 years ago, I had someone speeding through here, lose control, crash into my yard, into my trailer, into the fence. And had the trailer and the fence not been there, they would have hit me and my kid in the backyard. It's completely unacceptable. I'm all for having the stop signs. I asked about that before. I don't know why that was shut down to be a yield sign instead. Should definitely be a stop sign there too. And I am all for the speed humps, and something needs to be done. There's lots of kids around here. The other school's going to open up again. There's going to be kids up and down the street. This is unsafe.
Okay. We'll close the opportunity for public comment on this item. We'll start with Councilmember Fox.
All right, thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is an item that I was in favor of pulling from the consent calendar for the main reason that it was voted against by our traffic commission. And so, I wanted to make sure that we had the opportunity, if they're going to turn something down for any reason at all, that we don't just approve it in a single motion and not even listen to the reasons or the concerns of the community. I've driven through that area a few times, and I know it is kind of it's an interesting road, like where it looks kind of straight on a map, but you definitely have some areas where the cars are blocking the view of oncoming traffic. That being said, there's also, I think that intersection at Calle, Sinaloa, and Warmlands is a very strangely shaped intersection, very wide, and I think a yield sign there, the two-way stop, turning that into a stop sign made a lot of sense. And I know that when I spoke with my traffic commissioners after their vote, their main concern was one of the very last meetings we had, we voted to change those yield signs to stop signs. And we haven't had the time to see what the effects of that were, if that ended up affecting anything. And with this item being so close to that, I wanted to see what our options were as a city, like if with the strange nature of that intersection, if making that a four-way would have the same kind of opportunities, the same outcome as something like the speed bumps would, then we could go down the line of putting in a two-way stop, putting in the speed humps, and then switching it to a four-way stop also because of the weird nature of that intersection and only having a two-way stop. So that was something that I didn't want to have happen, was that we end up kind of revisiting this 3 separate times and then we end up with kind of an amalgamation of a bunch of things that instead of taking one good look at it, seeing what the best option for this intersection was or this street, and make sure that we can have an outcome that actually works for the residents there and also is for all the people involved. So I'm very curious to see what my council has to say on it. And I also would like to know if maybe this is a good question for Sam, is did we ever look at doing a four-way instead of a two-way at that intersection? And was that like a scenario that was taken into consideration before putting these items forward?
We have, and it did not meet the quantitative criteria. So the other route that could be done is through the traffic comment process, through the petition process. And actually, I'm trying to recall the history. The last couple of months, we had the request. I think it was either the speed humps or the all-way stop, and it just kind of ended up, going down the speed hump route with the petition process. Mm-hmm. But either one, I would not recommend both. It is a short stretch of road. It really is low volume, and the speed are, on the higher side, obviously, 30, but not as high as we see other streets. So, either option would be fine.
Right. Okay. Is that something where, as a cost to the city, putting a four-way stop when we're already going to install it? Is there even an opportunity at this point to amend something that we already passed to amend it to a four-way stop? Is that even on the table today?
The city council could certainly vote, for that. I would recommend going through the petition process just because I think there might be varying opinions in the neighborhood. If that goes tonight, that the speed humps are not approved to go to the four-way option, it probably should go through the petition process, but the city council could direct us to install that.
Okay. Do we have the opportunity to maybe analyze that situation and bring that item back without making the residents redo the petition process, since I know that's probably something that I doubt they want to do again, and probably get a very similar result with? Can we do something where we analyze that scenario, see if that would have the same desired outcome, and maybe even prevent another negative outcome, which is a two-way stop being a little confusing to people on a very weirdly shaped intersection where this might come back anyway?
Yeah, the stop sign would have, again, just based on the short length of the street, a stop sign would have a traffic calming effect. That's why, I would say either option would work for traffic calming on the street.
Okay. Well,
Councilmember, if I might interject, we know that the stop sign there doesn't have to be analyzed any further. It would be a traffic calming measure. If the council wants to institute it, you can do that. But we don't need to go study it and come back because we already know the answer. It's been studied.
Okay.
And it wouldn't meet warrants, but it could be done as a traffic calming measure.
Okay. Yeah, even though it seems like it maybe has a higher threshold to get past if it didn't pass that, but the speed humps did pass, since we're already doing the two-way stop, I don't actually feel like that's a more in-depth kind of thing that would take a higher threshold in this case, since we're already doing the two-way. So I would love to hear from the council, see if that's something that everyone's amenable to, and kind of go from there.
Councilmember O'Donnell.
I do want to start with, when was the last time that street was either resurfaced, slurried, or sealed? I know it's due up in 16 months, but
I have
those
to check with
photos.
engineer. We're on a 7-year cycle right now, but I don't know that it was done 7 years ago or 5.5. If it's 16 months out, I'll have to check and follow up.
Whoever did it, I would not let them touch that street again. That looks atrocious.
There's a
and maybe it
number-
just has that much volume on the street. I don't know.
There's a lot
but-
of residential streets that we haven't done in a really long time. This is one of them.
Yeah. I don't know. I don't have the power to do this, nor is it my district, but I would suggest we move it up on the list if possible. Sam, if by adding a stop sign, do we add crosswalks as well?
I would have to look at it more specifically to see if there's curb ramps and sidewalks. This is not an area where there's high pedestrian volumes, or certainly not from outside the neighborhood. So I would say probably crosswalks
If
would
we
not be
add-
necessary.
If we add crosswalks, we have to put in ramps.
A four-way? Oh, we have to put in ramps.
All the ADA upgrades.
And they're
would have
not
to
out
be-
there.
That's about $30,000 each.
Less than that, but it's still a cost. It's probably 15,000.
But we'd have to do it on
yeah.
each corner, each direction. So that adds up.
Yeah, it can get expensive.
Yeah, okay.
And based on the pedestrians in the neighborhood, just very local, probably wouldn't be needed.
And so we already have 2 stop signs approved, a
Yes.
two-way stop, correct? And we had 58% of individuals that approved it, and then I think there were 17 or 18 signatures on the other one. However, I do agree with the comment that was made that some of those are outside the direct sphere of influence, and so I would not take it into account, but I also think that there's greater weight on the 58% that did support it. Here's my thought, and I don't know, I mean, I'll make the motion to do this. I don't know if the council has any appetite for this, so you can change it or deny it. But my thought would be to install the stop signs as is, which is already going to happen. I don't want to waste the time of staff, but then revisit this in 3 months to see if it's had a direct impact on what it's been, to see if there's been a correction in the traffic or correction in the safety of the area. And if not, then bring this item back. And this is your district as well. So, I mean, you weigh in on this. I'm not trying to supersede your desire for your own residents. Anyway, so install the stop signs and revisit this in 3 months after the stop signs have been installed. Not 3 months from today, but after the stop signs are installed, and then review the impacts and see if it warrants speed bumps. Do not make the residents go through the same process again. We've already seen that they want it, but at least that gives us an idea of whether or not the stop signs will work. And then if they do not, I will be supportive of adding a speed hump in.
So Councilman, you're only referring to the 2 stop signs on the Warmlands approaches that are already approved?
Correct,
Okay,
yes.
thank
Yeah, I
you.
don't want to add any additional stop signs or anything like that. I just want to bring this back before the council in 3 months after the stop signs are installed, and review to see if there's any direct impact, and if not, then move forward with installing the speed hump.
If I may comment on that, the stop signs are proposed on Warmlands, not Cayce-Sinaloa, so
Aha.
they would not have an impact on the Cayce-Sinaloa traffic.
Okay.
That was my point, yeah.
Yeah, I apologize, city manager. That's what you were, just tell me to shut up next time and listen, you know? Okay. Yeah, that kind of changes things, doesn't it? All right, I'm gonna withdraw my my proposal, and I'm gonna wait to listen to what the rest of this council has to say.
Councilmember Contreras.
Actually, I used to walk this area when I was little before it was paved, because my grandparents had a nursery right over here, and so I'm very familiar with this area. I hear the opposition. I totally get where you're coming from. I also hear that most of the residents on Cayce-Sinaloa do want speed humps, the majority. We don't have, usually we don't do like the specs until after we have approved it, right? So do we even know how many speed humps? Like, do we know the locations?
Yeah, so we would have 2, and We have rough locations usually before the council meeting, but obviously we do the field work afterwards for the exact locations. But it would just be 2 on this length of road.
Just 2?
Yes.
I'm okay with that. I'll hear from the rest of my council. I think 2 is totally appropriate. I don't think it's a burden to folks to have 2 speed humps. And the majority of the residents that are affected on Calle Sinaloa are in favor of it. I don't think that the stop sign is going to be the type of mitigation that folks are looking for. Again, this isn't my district. I grew up here. I know it very intimately. I hate the foothill, Calle Sinaloa, Warmlands. It's so weird here, the way that it's all, yeah. So the Warmlands Avenue, wait, where does it go? Yeah, it's like, I have to like turn it a certain way on my Google Maps so that I can have it in my brain. But yeah, the Warmlands Avenue, Calle Sinaloa intersection is just like absolutely atrocious right there. I know that's not what we're talking about, but I did just want to highlight that. I'm okay. I know people are going to be upset. I'm okay moving forward with 2 speed humps here. And that's kind of where I stand, but it's not my district, but that's how I feel about the situation.
Deputy Mayor Melendez.
Thank you, Mayor. Well, this is an interesting case that comes before the council. We did have this go to the Traffic Commission, and they didn't approve it. And I'm not privy to why they voted that way. But I do, think something needs to be done here. And I think that there are some instruments that we can employ. We have stop signs that are already going in. And I think that there are need for repairs in the area. We're on a schedule, and it's important to, follow protocols. The constituents that presented the petition, you fulfilled your duty to go out and to get those petitions signed. You followed a process. We don't have an oppositional process for those that are not interested in this instrument at this time. I'm not sure what that would look like, but for the purpose of government transparency, I think it's important that we acknowledge that fact. But I do also know that the thresholds were met for this neighborhood to have this traffic calming instrument that we have available at the city. But while we're on a schedule for repairs and while we are installing stop signs nearby, I do think that there is, maybe a bit of time that we could give this street adapting to those new improvements and then be able to revisit the site. It's hard to vote not in alignment with our commission, right? So I do want to consider that our traffic commission had a purpose for bringing this to our attention with a disapproval. So I would not be opposed to any type of instrument here, but really what are the phases of connectivity and safety that we need to go through in order to make this street the best that it can be, right? There's definitely some neglect, and we have to take care of that. Perhaps this is an opportunity for a community meeting, for this street to come together a little bit more. But there is a bit of a difference in the mapping, so maybe the city staff can explain to me. The noticing area is different than the petition area. Could you explain that to me a little bit?
Yeah, the petition area is per the city council policy, which is properties abutting the street that is in question. Mm-hmm. The noticing is something that we just internally kind of have this rule of thumb. We go about 500 feet in all directions.
Is that a higher governmental requirement for us to notice people?
No, there's not any requirement at all.
Okay.
Not in local or state law.
Okay. I just think that those are, some important questions to consider. What is the, do we need to expedite the maintenance schedule of the streets? What is going to be the impact of the stop signs that we're going to be putting in nearby. You know, what is the ownership of this street, right? It belongs to the public. It's the public right-of-way. And within our public right-of-way, my goal is to ensure that our community is safe and connected. And I know that in the neighborhoods where we've had speed humps in District 3, I've had to go out there with my constituents and my neighbors and walk them through the process and support this process. And it's been very fruitful. But, you know, it takes a lot of work, right, to come to good decisions together. So I can't necessarily say I support the speed humps right now, but I don't think that I would take it off the table, especially since the residents did meet the qualifications. But would really love to hear from the council, and thank you, Councilmember Fox, for making sure that we're attending to this neighborhood and addressing their concerns holistically.
Sorry to interrupt, but I just want to let you know that the street is scheduled for overlay in the next overlay schedule. We're going to be going out to bid with that in the next 2 months. So it does have a very low rating, and we do know that.
So we're on schedule, right?
We are, yeah.
This is great news for our council.
So just want to let you know that.
We're on schedule, and the road looks like that.
Yeah, so if speed humps were voted in by you all tonight, then it would be overlaid first. The street would be completely repaired first before
I appreciate
anything
that,
happens.
and if I could just respond to that information. If we have improvements on that street sooner, right, we're going to see a little bit of a smoother surface. But what's causing the decay of the street so quickly?
It
I would
happens
hate
to
for
be-
it to be at this level of disrepair. And
Yeah, it
why
happens
is
to
it
be
so
one of
challenging?
the few streets out there that was just neglected for too many years. It's received some slurry seal over the years, but it's been many decades, as some of the residents will probably tell you. So we're well aware of it, and we were just waiting to get to this zone to get inside the neighborhood and actually handle that street, because
There's probably a lot of wear and tear over there too, so I appreciate that update. Thanks.
Is that water that causes that alligatoring?
Yeah, soil conditions and water over time. And the asphalt just loses its oil over time and gets beat up. And cut-through traffic does, on a street that's not designed for cut-through traffic, it does tend to wear it out faster, so.
Or do you think that alligatoring is more likely substandard materials from the contractor?
Usually alligatoring, if there's not complete failure of the roadway, meaning sinkholes or anything like that, it's just old asphalt that was put down too thin and maybe was, 1970s vintage asphalt versus what we have today.
Right. As a side comment, we got to really strengthen our RFPs and make sure that we have the correct aggregate dimensions. And I wish I was an expert on asphalt, but I got some friends that know this stuff, and we got to bring some of them in and say what's the right way to write this stuff so that the low bidder isn't able to lowball us, and then we get stuck with substandard product. I was really unhappy with the last slurry seal bidder, but I'm getting off the topic. This is a super tough thing. Mr. Dela Cruz, I was able to listen to your comments in the antechamber. Sorry, I had to step out for a moment, but I wanted you to know I heard your comments. I've reviewed all the petitions on both sides, and I respect Mr. Kuczynski for going out and getting doing the legwork on the other side. It's not easy when we have a subject where we have a group of residents evenly divided, but I'm looking at the petitions, and one of the things staff did provide us with was a map of the locations on Calle Sinaloa where people live there had said yes to this, and it was fairly unanimous along that stretch of Calle Sinaloa. So I know it's a bit of a paradox that I speak frequently against these speed humps, and I am really do have a problem with the huge proliferation of them, and I think that's an issue for us as a city that we got to look at the funding and the general policy. However, when we get down to your street, now the bigger issue of how many we're going to fund and what kind of policy we're going to have as a city towards these speed bumps is sort of out of the picture for a moment, and we're just focusing on your street. And so now I got to look at what the neighbors want who live there, and two groups of neighbors relatively even in strength and size. And I heard the concerns of the parents, and I know that's moving to me. Because I've got two relatively divided groups, and I'm looking at the locations, most of the people on Calle Sinaloa were for it by a pretty overwhelming number. For that reason, I'll apologize to those who came in opposition, but it's not easy to decide which way to go. But I gotta think about the people. If it was the street I lived on, and I understand that Wolverine is basically accessible there, although I see a couple of alternate ways in and out. So I don't love these things either, but I understand the call for them, and so reluctantly in this circumstance, I'm going to support the speed bumps if there's a motion to move forward with them. Councilmember Contreras.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I think because it's not going to be an excessive amount of speed humps, we're looking at 2. And I think also because we're going to be doing, are we reconstructing the whole road or just doing a slurry? Because this seems like we would need to reconstruct it.
Yeah, it's a full reconstruction. I should have made that a little more clear because I know
Fantastic.
I know
Yeah,
the
I
mayor,
mean, I would say
he was
if you
unhappy with the
slurry seal it, it's not going to last too long.
So this would be a full removal and replacement. So it's an expensive.
Yeah. And so if we were to table putting speed humps and we do the street reconstruction and we just to come back to say that we're going to do it, now we have to get the contractor to go back out. Whereas if we were to approve this right now, it would just be part of what the contractor is going to do. So it's less of a cost to the city, I would assume, to be able to package it like that. Is that correct, or am I incorrect in that?
There is some economy of scale, yes, on that.
Okay. I would love to make the motion. I don't know. Yeah.
If you want, I will.
Okay. But I will second the motion that is going to be made by the next speaker. I know we can't actually do that, but I'll go ahead and just be quiet at this point. But I really appreciate all the speakers, and I'm really sorry for folks that are in opposition. I think if we were looking at like 6 speed humps, I would be like, yeah, that's a little too much for here, but it's only 2. So, and they're humps, not bumps like you get in parking lots where you have to like literally go to 0. So I'm in favor of it as well.
We're going to put signs in, right?
Yes.
The signs are really important. We need to get the signs in before the bumps.
We've been doing the striping, the markings with the bumps, but we'll look into it.
You need to do the signs first.
Yeah.
When there's no striping and no sign, and you hit one of those things full speed nearly because you don't see it and it's not marked, that's a problem. And ask me how I know. Councilmember Fox.
All right. Well, I heard the thoughts of the council, and so I think I'll make the motion to approve the speed bumps as they are in the report.
Councilmember O'Donnell.
I will second. And I just want to say I appreciate this work because I know that it was time consuming. I know that there's opposition to it. I don't want your voices to feel like they're not being heard. But if we look at the way the code is written and what we did codify on this council, they've met the threshold on this street to put these speed humps in. And so from a legal standard, which I am not a lawyer and this is not a court of law, but they met the threshold to get to where they need to be. And so while I know some people disagree with it, the residents that live on this street have done what they need to do and met the warrants of what they need to do to have them approved. And so for that reason, I can't, even with the opposition, say no. So I will second and I will support it, but I do appreciate the work that went into it.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Please cast your votes. That item is approved unanimously. That'll bring us to our second discussion item this evening regarding the Safe Streets and Roads for All Comprehensive Safety Action Plan. If any members of the public wish to speak on this item, they may indicate so by using the raise their hand feature by pressing *9 or submitting a request to speak card. Speakers will be called upon after the presentation. Traffic engineer Sam Hassnan will provide the staff report.
We have with us Dara Woods, our mobility planner, who will give the presentation.
Good evening. Tonight, I will be presenting the city's comprehensive safety action plan. To start, some background information on the item. The bipartisan infrastructure law established the Safe Streets and Roads for All, which is known as the SS4A discretionary program, which has $5 billion in appropriated funds over 5 years from 2022 through 2026, and funds regional, local, and tribal initiatives through grants. A goal of the SS4A program is the Vision Zero initiative, which is reducing or eliminating roadway fatalities and serious injuries using the safe system approach. And the SS4A program has 2 grant types. One is funding the development of safety action plans, and the other is funding the implementation of traffic safety improvement projects. And as part of the fiscal year 22 SS4A program, the city applied for and received a grant to develop a comprehensive safety action plan, which we're calling the city's action plan, in partnership with SANDAG. And for those who are not aware, an action plan essentially is a comprehensive safety plan that analyzes recent traffic collision histories, examines the local transportation network, and recommends countermeasures to reduce or eliminate fatalities and serious injuries by addressing the most significant safety risks. And per the U.S. Department of Transportation, a successful action plan includes several key components, such as leadership commitment and goal setting, planning structure, safety analysis, engagement and collaboration, equity considerations, policy and process review and changes, strategy and project selections, and progress and transparency. And as part of the planning structure component, a task force was compiled with various representatives to help provide different perspectives, discuss safety concerns and locations, and strategize on safety recommendations. And this task force was comprised of various members from the City Vista Traffic Engineering Division, Vista Fire Department, Caltrans, San Diego County Sheriff's Department, North County Transit District, Vista Unified School District, the Vista Community Clinic, and the San Diego Bicycle Coalition. And as part of the engagement and collaboration component, we had 3 in-person community workshops to gather input on community needs. And as part of the safety analysis component, 5 years of the city's accident data was analyzed from September 2018 through August 2023. And there was approximately just over 2,800 collisions during that period. And the safety analysis looked at the transportation mode, whether it was bicycle-related, pedestrian-related, or vehicle-related, location, whether it was at a mid-block or intersection, and the injury severity. And there were several key findings from this analysis, such as the top 3 primary causes of all the collisions were related to driving under the influence, improper turning, and unsafe speed. And there were other key findings, such as more than 9 in 10 pedestrian-involved or bicyclist-involved traffic collisions resulted in at least 1 minor injury. So more specifically, that was 96% pedestrian-involved and 91% bicyclist-involved, in contrast to 35% of vehicular-only collisions resulting in a minor injury. Additionally, about 10% of all pedestrian-involved collisions resulted in a fatality, a rate over 30 times higher than the vehicular-only collisions, and more than 1 in 4 pedestrian-involved collisions resulted in severe injury or fatality. And severe injuries to bicyclists occurred at a rate about 4 times more frequent than severe injuries or worse in vehicular-only collisions.
Did we have information on how many of each type occurred in the city of Vista?
Okay. We do have information. I believe that was in our safety analysis, which is an appendix to these, this report, this action plan. So
Is there somebody on staff tonight that can locate that information? Is there somebody on staff that can locate that information and give me the answer?
Yes, we have actually
Or
our
if
consultant.
the
with it.
council member knows the page number, that'd be great if she wanted to call our attention to it.
Yeah, and just to be clear, are we talking about the type by bicycle?
Well, go back a
pedestrian?
page. So you're saying 96% resulted of pedestrian only, 91%, and at least a minor injury bicyclist. But if, we lost it.
Oh, I wanted
What
to
is this it?
bring it back to another page. And we have our consultant, Sasha Jovanovic from our Chen Ryan Associates, who did a deep analysis of the traffic collisions. But my understanding is this figure here might better summarize it. It shows the total number of fatalities, injuries, and the type of mode, and that's how all those accident collisions were broken down for that
It's on
percentage.
screen right now, isn't it? Yeah, I mean, there's more info on that. Well, I'm trying to understand the graphic that's being shown right now, because I wanted to understand. Okay, so help me understand what I'm looking at here. We had 2,834 collisions. How many of those were vehicle on pedestrian?
116.
116. How many of them were vehicle on a bicycle?
57, accounting for 2% of the 2,834.
So you said 57 accidents accounting for what percentage of what?
There were 57 bicyclist-involved collisions with motorists, accounting for 2% of the overall collisions that were in our data set.
2%, okay. And, okay, this is very helpful because it helps to contextualize the problem that we're dealing with, because your life is just as valuable as yours, is as valuable as yours, and as valuable as yours. Doesn't matter if you're in a bicycle or in a car. Can we all agree on that? Right? So I just want to get context on the information. Isn't that fair?
Yes, just to be clear, this is the total frequency of collisions involving these transportation modes. If you get into the level of injuries, the percentages shift, and that speaks to the slide after this one, where Dara was listing the percentages where injuries occur. Despite there being less frequency of pedestrian-involved and bicyclist-involved collisions, their rate of injury when a collision occurs is, as you can see, greater than 9 out of 10, whereas a vehicular-only collision, 35% are just property damage only, or excuse me, 35% are.
So we had 931.35 of the vehicular accidents, 931 of them resulted, according to the 35% of 2,661, after we subtract out 116 and 57 from the 2,834.
That's correct.
Okay, so that helps us contextualize that we have 931 injuries in that modality. Okay, thank you for that information. I appreciate that. That's helpful to me.
Additional key findings from the safety analysis were that broadsides and rear-end collisions were the most common type of vehicular-only collision, and that broadside and head-ons were the most common collision type in severe and fatal vehicular-only collisions. And about half of all severe and fatal collisions occurred between 6 p.m. and midnight. And so from the safety analysis, the city's high injury network was developed, which identified the roadways within the city that have the highest injury collision concentrations and patterns. And it did use the same methodology that SANDAG used for their Vision Zero Action Plan analysis. And ultimately, from the culmination of all of these efforts, 38 project areas around the city were identified, which encompassed all the city's high injury network and all city-operated signalized intersections. And these projects were then prioritized using various criteria, looking at crash injury history, safety risks, equity needs, and other inputs for ranking them. And as part of the efforts of the city's action plan, the 10 highest ranking projects had conceptual renderings and high-level cost estimates prepared with the intent that this information could be readily available to submit for future grant funding opportunities to implement these projects. This slide quickly summarizes the 10 highest scoring projects, but I was actually going to go through them real quick and just kind of give a broad overview of them. The first number one ranked project was the Emerald Drive from Olive to Sky Haven project. It includes 6 roundabouts, a combination of Class 2 and Class 3 bike facilities, infilling where sidewalk is missing, and raised medians. And again, this is a high-level rough estimate, but it is estimated about $20.9 million. The second-rate project was Sycamore Avenue from Green Oak to the eastbound ramps of SR 78, and it included a Class 4 bicycle facility, removal of the utility obstructions along Sycamore Avenue for improved ADA accessibility, and unobstructed travel with ADA-compliant ramps as well.
If you go back on those traffic circles, does each of those roundabouts have a planned signal-controlled pedestrian crossing?
For the Emerald Drive project?
Yeah.
Some of them might. This is high level, but this Emerald Drive project happens to be in actual design right now. So some of the locations at the ends of the project will have the push button, with the flashing lights, but not the intermediate ones. That's not typically, done at roundabouts unless there's, a specific need for it.
But the problem with the roundabout is that it denies the pedestrian the stopping of traffic, either from a stop sign or a stop light. Therefore, the pedestrian has to compete with ceaseless traffic.
Our observations from the roundabouts on South Santa Fe Avenue is that when the pedestrian is waiting, since the traffic is moving at a really low speed, they do tend to yield, actually. And we've had really very good record on the roundabouts on South Santa Fe with the pedestrians. I believe we might have just had like one.
So they'll each have a crosswalk at least?
Definitely a crosswalk.
Okay.
Each one of them, yeah.
Very good.
I apologize, I gotta remember where I left off, I'm sorry. Sycamore, and it included a pedestrian signal west of Shadow Ridge, and that was approximated at $10 million. The third-ranked project was East Vista
You
Way
don't have
from...
any roundabouts for Sycamore?
Huh?
You're not putting roundabouts on Sycamore yet? Okay, good. Well, I emphasize yet. I'm waiting.
They're not in this concept plan. No, they're not included in there. Did I cut you off, Sam? Okay. Third ranked project, East Vista Way from Taylor to the city boundary, included a Class 4 bicycle facility, again, sidewalk infill throughout the corridor, raised medians with landscaping, and it also included a second northbound travel lane and the installation of new traffic signal at East Vista Way and Old Taylor Street, and that's approximated at $11.3 million. The fourth ranked project is West Vista Way from Thunder Drive to Melrose Drive. It proposes a two-way Class 4 bicycle facility on the south side of the street, sidewalk infill throughout the corridor, and it does have 9 roundabouts that are proposed and raised medians throughout the corridor, and it's estimated at $25.7 million. The fifth ranked project is North Santa Fe from Beaubier to Osborne, and it includes, again, a Class 4 bicycle facility, sidewalk infill throughout the corridor where it's missing, raised medians with landscaping as well, and it's estimated at $7.9 million. The sixth project is Hacienda Drive from Emerald to South Melrose.
When you say sidewalk infill, that means we already have the width in the right-of-way for one, but we don't have it yet?
Yes. In this case, we would have the right-of-way for it, but there's sidewalk, and then there's a gap missing, and then there's the continuation of sidewalk, so it would make a continuous path of
That's what
travel.
you mean by infill?
Yes.
Got it.
Sidewalk infill. Hacienda Drive has proposes a Class 2 and Class 4 bicycle facility, as well as filling in the missing sidewalk that's throughout that corridor, raised medians throughout the corridor, and it also includes a rapid flashing beacon crossing west of the apartment driveway. And that's estimated at approximately $6.85 million. The seventh ranked project is Town Site Phase 2. It includes a roundabout, stop sign installations, Class 3 bike routes, as well as sidewalk infill and raised crosswalks at select locations with curb extensions as well. And that's estimated at $7.1 million. The eighth project is a systemic city-wide safety improvement project, and it would be all 110 city-controlled signals, and it proposes base countermeasures being base improvements to all of those locations, and then select locations would have additional countermeasures recommended with protected left turns at select locations or lead pedestrian intervals, and that's on this map showing where those were proposed, and that's roughly $18.8 million to do those citywide signal improvements.
What about that technology that Swarco has? Swarco's here in Vista in the business park. Used to be a McCain Traffic Control Systems, one of the largest traffic control systems. We used to buy all of our stoplights from them. They're huge. If you go to Chicago or Kansas, where I grew up, all the lights say McCain on them. They're headquartered here in Vista, and they got bought by Swarco. They have this cool technology that uses a camera before the intersection that actually detects somebody who's about to run the red light, and it flashes red from all four directions. They were going to pay for a. Are we going to implement some of that kind of new technology that could actually, because we got 931 injury accidents.
Yeah, but not sure if that technology is proven yet. I think we'd like to see it develop further.
Well, they offered to do a test of it here for free for us. Are we going to do that?
And we did offer up an intersection, actually. They even followed up once. They just never came back to us to actually talk about any implementation.
Can you follow up and help a good Vista company develop some groundbreaking technology that would help save people's lives from people running red lights?
Sure.
I think we should make that a priority. I mean, they're a good Vista company. They're headquartered here, hundreds of employees in Vista, and they want to give us the technology for free. And I mean, unless somebody else has already developed that technology and it's mature and we can get it from them, but why, here we are talking about Vision Zero, zero traffic accidents, zero fatalities. Why would we go through all of this but snub our nose at our own, massive, multinational corporation that develops traffic technology? Why wouldn't we entertain their offer? I think that's important.
We'll follow up with them.
Yeah, I appreciate that.
The ninth ranked project is South Santa Fe Avenue from Civic Center to Montgomery Drive. Included a Class 4 bicycle facility, raised medians with landscaping, ADA compliant curb ramps and curb extensions, and also proposes an installation of a new traffic signal at the intersection of Santa Anita Place in South Santa Fe, and it's estimated at $9.7 million. And the 10th ranked project was Val Terrace Drive from East Vista Way to San Clemente Avenue, and it proposes a series of roundabouts, separated Class 4 bike facilities, sidewalk infill, and a all-way stop control intersection, as well as curb extensions, and that's estimated at $14.35 million. So that briefly and broadly kind of summarizes the city's action plan, and an important thing to note is that the completion of the action plan addresses the SS4A program's requirement that to be eligible to receive funding to implement projects, you need to have an approved action plan. So upon City Council adoption and SS4A recognition of this action plan, the city intends to pursue grant funding for future grant cycles of both the SS4A program and Caltrans Safety Improvement Program. And tonight, staff's recommending that City Council review and adopt the action plan. adopt a city council resolution adopting the Vision Zero initiative, and then provide direction to staff on which action plan project or projects to submit for future grant application for the fiscal year 2026 SS4A program. And that concludes my presentation. And again, myself and our consultant Sasha from Chen Ryan and Associates is available to answer more detailed questions.
Councilmember Contreras.
Thank you so much. This is, I read this whole report and the appendixes. It's incredible. I think this is extraordinary information for our city to have. This is just a good baseline to understand safety improvements. I do want to say one thing, that the LPI, the leading pedestrian intervals, have a crash reduction factor. You can see this in Appendix E, the countermeasure toolbox. LPIs have a crash reduction factor of 60%, being very high with a low cost. I don't see why this is not a standard for all our intersections. I think especially in these top 10, I want to know what the cost would be for the city to have an LPI, in these areas. But I really feel like this should be the standard for the city. And in asking city manager, I received the information, and Sam, let me know if this is incorrect, but we only have one intersection that has leading pedestrian intervals right now.
That's correct. We just implemented one a couple of months ago down in the business park area.
Mm-hmm. So, and what is the approximate cost for LPI?
It's just staff time doing the signal timing changes.
Exactly. So it is literally going to reduce the crashes by 60%, and it's staff time, and it doesn't require any kind of homie hookup, with another company or anything like that. I think that this council, utilizing this incredible information that we have, needs to move forward very quickly with implementing LPI. I don't see why we just don't start doing that for all our intersections, and we start with the intersections that are the highest scoring on this process, because obviously that came through evaluation of injury and crashes on those. So I'm happy that we have one. How many intersections do we have in the city approximately?
We have about 110 signalized intersections.
Okay. And I know you probably don't have this off the top of your head, but you said 110 approximately. So what would it take, like time-wise, to be able to utilize the current staff that we have to do the reprogramming so that these intersections eventually all have LPI?
I would say it'd be about 2 hours each intersection. So we could do it gradually over the next several months.
So this is something that we could potentially have done by surely next year.
Yes.
Councilmember, can I be clear? We want to do the intersections in the report that they're identifying as requested, or every signalized intersection in the city?
I think that we start with what is requested. 100%, we start with that.
Sure.
Because those those moved up into the highest scoring for a reason.
Sure.
However, I think that the full goal should be, if this doesn't require anything outside of just staff time, which I know is limited. I know that there's not like a ton of staff availability, but I think that this should definitely be a 2-year goal, right? Maximum, for us to get all these 110 intersections to have leading pedestrian intervals. Is that doable? I think it might be. But I would love for staff to evaluate that and let us know, come back in a future discussion, just to review what a good timeline would be with the current staff that we have to do all the intersections in the city of Vista. Because for almost no money, a 60% reduction, you can't beat that. So, yeah, I could go on and on about all this stuff because this is like what I nerd out on, which is why I had such a great time just reviewing it. And I just have to say, it is incredible. I really love that we have this in our toolbox now as a city. But I cannot let this low-hanging fruit of LPI just pass me by without making a big statement about it and ensuring that we can go in a direction where we reduce the risk of crash 60% at every intersection. I think that's a great public safety measure and message to the public. So I'll let the rest of my council talk about the other stuff, and then I'll jump back in if I need to. Thanks.
Deputy Mayor Melendez.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm really excited to see such a comprehensive report. This is a lot for us to digest. It's been over many conversations that we've been able to even get to this point. So one of my primary recommendations for this discussion is that as we have some other prioritizations come back to us regarding sidewalks and traffic signals and a lot of the work that our staff is already doing for capital improvements and making sure our roads are safe for all modes of transportation, cyclists and pedestrians, and that motorists have the right signaling, that we take these findings, right, and we continue to evaluate them against our other projects so that we can be efficient and we can identify the most supported and empirically based priorities. And ultimately, you know, as we continue to decide what action we want to take on this action plan, right, where we get to review it and we're adopting it potentially, I really value all of the work that has gone into this, and I want it to be useful to our city. And so I think that, you know, rather than doing the same work twice, we're able to, you know, look at this plan alongside some of our other prioritization lists that come before us. I also do appreciate the comments about the LPIs, right, and the technology and the actions that we can take immediately to improve safety. I think staff time is very valuable, and you know, I do appreciate recommendations for technology. You know, I know that we have a lot of valuable you know, businesses that can help us innovate. And, you know, I like that suggestion, Mayor, the flashing light signals. I think, you know, the technology that you might see in Leawood and something that we could have in Vista could be similar, but maybe that's an opportunity for, you know, interdepartment collaboration where our economic development can get involved and see if they can support that business and identify ways that they can improve their technology so that it can be brought to the market. And then the technical skills that our staff has, being able to use those internally and efficiently so that we can improve safety in our public right-of-way. I think there's a lot of opportunity there within this plan. We have pedestrian improvements, we have intersection management, we have you know, sidewalks, we have crossings, we have bike lanes. There's so many things included in this plan. It's really going to be great to start to work towards that Vision Zero goal and have some, you know, really evidence-based practices alongside us as we do, so that we're prioritizing those, you know, most serious projects that we have in our city. So as far as the list of project goes and recommending projects to submit for grant applications, I would say let's pull from this action plan tonight for those grant applications, because we know that this plan could help us bolster those applications, right? There's been a lot of effort put into this, and we want to be able to, you know, put forward the best projects that are most studied and most attended to by our city. But that's not to say that that list of 10 is, you know, the prioritization of this council, right? I think that we're developing greater tools together as to how we're going to tackle the issues that our constituents face out there. So I'm very happy to have this in front of me. It's going to be a great tool for us and many resources for us. But I think that we have, you know, a lot of work that we've been doing already that I don't want to lose some of that.
Councilmember O'Donnell.
Appreciate all the comments. Very excellent. This report is amazing. I do have a few questions. One, it sounds like the mayor is supportive of roundabouts on Sycamore and Shadow Ridge as well. Is that what I got out of that? I'm kidding. Nobody wants that. Don't try and clip that and say that I want it. I'm not in favor. Anyway, so we're not actually committing ourselves to anything financially by approving this set of projects. Is that correct?
No. Yeah, this is just the document itself. That is our guiding document, really. And maybe I'll take the opportunity to speak to the grant application. So currently there is a cycle for the SS4A grant program that we're working on a grant application for the Emerald Drive project, since this has been a priority for council already, that project with the design funding that's allocated. So the next cycle is next year, and that's kind of like we were looking potentially for some recommendations from council on maybe the next 2 or 3 that we can apply for next year.
Yeah, no, and I think that's great. I guess my largest concern is that I'm looking at the price tag to some of these projects, and we're facing a large financial burden probably in the next 2 to 3 years. And so when I look at the 10 projects totaling $132.65 million, is that entirely funded by grant funding, or are we going to be responsible for some portion of that?
The grant, the SS4A requires a local match. I can't remember if you don't have to, like 11% or 20%. So it's pretty significant. I would say it's at least 12%. But I think this particular, usually for some reason, federal projects require a 11% local match. I think this one requires 20% actually.
Okay. And then, so if we do get grant funding, it does not create an onset of implementation for that project, correct? So it's not going to start, it's not going to trigger the project to start if we receive grant funding?
If we do in this current cycle, for example, grants, yeah.
I would have to come back before the council, though, to get approval on the final project.
Yes, definitely. Yes.
Okay. And if we were to amend that project, so say if there's a couple extra roundabouts that we may as a council decide we don't need, would that then have to restart the process of the grant application? Or would that?
Hopefully not. That's because the scope that we submit to the granting agency, typically we have to stick to that. Some, minor changes to the scope are normally just done, just working with the granting agency. If it's a major scope, especially if it's a reduction, we might have to go back to the granting agency and, kind of get the approval.
Okay. And just for clarification, then yes, we do have the ability to amend anything on this list once it comes before us. Okay. I am supportive of the LPI as well. I think that's a great thing that we can start right away. I don't know if you have, and I doubt you have this information in front of you, and I don't know why you would because it's Carlsbad. But do we know other cities that are implementing similar things to what we're looking at here? And I know this is relatively new data, but the reason I ask that is I look along their major, or the 101 right there in Carlsbad, and they have crosswalks, they have complete streets, they have traffic calming. I don't know what the traffic or what the accident counts are right there. I mean, it's a heavily trafficked pedestrian area. So do they see more accidents despite having all this traffic calming there? Do we know? And it's okay. I don't expect you to know if you don't.
I can't, unfortunately, I can't really speak to that. We looked at the traffic collisions in our city, and I think, and I don't want to say this incorrectly, but I think we're one of the cities that has their own action plan that we're bringing before you tonight. Yes. So this is kind of our first efforts with focused analysis on this and looking at potential conceptual projects. And so I don't know if Carlsbad's done that or other cities, but we're one of the
I believe
first ones.
Definitely we're one of the have the comprehensive safety action plan like that. A lot of cities have what they call a local roadway safety plan, which we've had one too. I know Carlsbad has one too. That goes back several, dates back to several years, but we might be like the first or second agency in the region to have that. And I think, speaking to the performance maybe of some of the roundabouts and, Highway 101 and stuff, I know there are some issues with those, and I don't know what the specifics, just because we're at different, nature roads. It's really
I
hard
understand.
to
Yeah,
compare.
and I'm comparing apples to oranges on that one. I'm just curious to see what it might correlate to as far as what the success of that implementation of those road safety measures that they've taken have been, because I know you and I have talked about putting arrows up even at Longhorn and Melrose. I'm a huge proponent for it. I know that you necessarily aren't like the big flashing sign that says no, don't turn. But I know they're effective because down there they work, and I know that some people may get confused, but at the same time, I think over time that works really well. But yeah, I mean, listen, so long as this isn't going to, and forgive me, I know you touched on this, and I just, so long as it doesn't bump other projects as they come through, but I think with the grant funding and the cycle that we have already with our projects, it's probably going to take some time, and the majority, I would think, would have already started at that point before anything else comes through on this. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Well, yeah. I mean, I can definitely be supportive of adopting these so long as they are able to be brought back to the council and we are not committing ourselves to $132.65 million today. I'm happy to continue looking into the safety measures we can take. So great work, and thank you very much.
Councilmember Fox.
Thank you. I want to echo a lot of the compliments on how thorough the plan is. There's quite a lot of information in here. And I do have, a few questions because, there's a lot in here, but there's also a lot that's maybe not, right? So I know a lot of this goes through safety as the primary concern. However, I did not see anything in there in regards to what the effects on traffic flow would be, anything like that. Is any of that taken into consideration on these both the safety plan itself and then specifically for the projects within?
There's not any specific traffic analysis as far as level of service for traffic flow. And these are just sort of like the conventional projects that we've been doing with roundabouts and, just from our experience, putting those in on the specific types of road that we don't really anticipate anything significant. And that's why we propose them. But obviously, if a project is funded, then that's where we get into more kind of detailed analysis and refining the concepts and the kind of the specific design components.
Right. Because the last thing that I'd want to do is, is kind of, approve some projects to go out for grants. And then we come back with it and it's like, wow, this is going to completely ruin it. It's already trafficy in that area and we just made it like twice as bad, and it's something where now we have to, have the difficult decision of do we turn down this grant, turn down this money to not do the project, wildly change it and have to reapply for the grant? Or would this have been something that would have been better off with us just, doing these kind of one at a time as the staff has a project they want to do, we utilize this as a tool rather than a list. You know what I'm saying? If that kind of makes sense. So I would like to know, other than just being able to apply for some grants, utilizing this document, I know it sounded like if we don't pass something like this, we're not eligible for grants. And so that's a big factor in this. But what other than applying for the grants would this impact policy-wise within the departments? Would this make it so when you look at something, we're gonna, we're approving roundabouts all the way down Sycamore, things like that, where now that we're saying that safety is the #1 priority, we're going to lean heavier in that direction in other things, or is this primarily just for these grants?
Yeah, being eligible for grant programs is very important, obviously, because that's how we fund a lot of our CIP projects. But I can think of two ways that could, this impact other things. For example, private development coming in that on one of these, especially top 10 streets, that, okay, we have a plan for this street that we could actually condition that development, at least their frontage, to contribute in a way that actually is in accordance with these projects. Other ways is that we will be doing a sustainable mobility plan. That's our next planning project, which is citywide. This document will actually also feed into that.
Great.
So that this is kind of, building, we'll be building on this.
And I do want to echo Councilmember O'Donnell's concern with some of the budgets. I did the math. I added them all up at home in a little Excel sheet and then figured out, over those 10 projects, now extrapolate that to 38, and it came out to about $500 million worth of projects. And so if we would be on the hook for 20% of that, it's $100 million. And obviously, we don't have $100 million to spend on some of these things. So I know that we have priorities, and we're not just going to go down the list and just apply for 38 projects next year.
This is long range, I would say.
But that is a You know, it is a concern that I echo, right? Is that, you know, with something where we are, you know, very tight on budgets right now, that, you know, kind of going on a shopping spree sounds like a kind of a scary proposition for me. However, if these are projects that are already on your list of to-dos, they're things that, you know, we've already picked as a city that we want to improve this area. And this is a tool that we can utilize, look at, check out the traffic, you know, to make sure that this isn't going to, you know, have wild, I mean, it's our job to, you know, look at multiple different factors, negative externalities for all these different things and weigh all this stuff. And so, you know, while safety, I think, should be our number one concern, it can't be our only. We don't have infinite dollars. We don't have that kind of stuff, you know, so those are kind of my main concerns on this. The other one was that, you know, I think we saw that DUIs were the number one cause of accidents, and there's really not a whole lot of mention in there. The only two in that wonderful appendix at the end that with the it was like 20 something different methods, you know, different kinds of methods. The only two that I saw in there were more lighting and more visual presence of law enforcement. And so I didn't really see a lot of that mentioned in the safety plan, even though it's our number one cause of accidents. So is there anything we could speak on that? Is that something that we, you know, is in here and I just didn't see it because it's a pretty long document?
I'll ask Sasha to come up to see if there's anything in there other than the enforcement, or targeted enforcement.
With driving under the influence, I think most of the countermeasures tend to be enforcement related, and those just, they don't really, they're not infrastructure projects, and so that's kind of the main reason they aren't, it isn't mentioned much in the report other than in the countermeasure toolbox. I would add to that, anytime you do have a driving under the influence collision, you do have a maneuver that leads to the collision that is among the typical types of violations that would occur to cause a collision. So even though there's driving under the influence, you know, someone ran a red light or someone was speeding and so forth. So those types of maneuvers which need to be corrected or which should have improvements to reduce are at least being considered among the countermeasures.
Okay.
The physical countermeasures.
Right. So if like things like keeping the lanes, having dividers in the middle, so there's less chance of them going through and hitting oncoming traffic, could be some mitigations in that way, even if it's not necessarily delineated in this. Okay. And then, you know, because again, like we as a city, we have a certain certain amount of budget. And so if we have $100 million worth of capital improvement obligations, and DUI is the number one, and law enforcement is the number one, you know, solution for that, how much would that, you know, we have to compare apples to apples. How much, if, you know, with $100 million, we could, you know, do quite a bit with our you know, sheriff count and things like that with traffic deputies and things. How much lives would that save versus, you know, doing the improvement project? So those are just all things that we have to balance up here. And so I wouldn't want this to lock us into anything that prevents us from doing something somewhere else is my main concern on this. And that that it would influence policy in a way where something that we wouldn't have done before, you know, is just because we enact this now, all of a sudden we're, you know, it's changing interdepartmental policy like widely without having a separate discussion on it. So if those are my main concerns, if those don't seem to really be issues, then you know, I think I could be on board. So thank you.
Okay, has there been a motion? No, right? Okay. I had to press my button again. I just have a quick question. Vision Zero initiative, didn't we adopt that already?
Yeah.
We have to re-adopt it?
The resolution before you tonight is basically an updated, it has more current accident record, number of collisions, and the accident period. So we did adopt that at City Council, but this is just an updated Vision Zero resolution.
Okay, fantastic. So I'll go ahead and make a motion to adopt the Comprehensive Safety Action Plan, to adopt the Vision Zero Initiative resolution, and So do we have to tell you exactly which ones to submit right now, or?
We are planning to submit Emerald, but if there are others that you would like us to consider, that's the option tonight.
Well, I would say North Santa Fe Avenue, Osborne Street to Beaubier, we have, that covers Guajome Park Academy. So that's like a safe route to school. I've ridden my bike from my house to Guajome Park Academy, and it is a harrowing experience. Like, there is no bike lane on a certain part. So if my council is cool with that, I would love to see North Santa Fe Avenue from Osborne Street to Beaubier. And we also have another development going on over there that I also wasn't in favor of. Just as a side note. So do I need to add that to my motion, or can we just talk as a council and give consensus, or should I put that in the motion? Like, we already have Emerald Drive moving. Do I need to add North Santa Fe Avenue to the motion? Yeah? Okay.
Now, if I may clarify this, so this is for the next cycle, not the current one. The current one is due in probably about a month. So we're working on Emerald, and it's pretty extensive. We probably wouldn't have time. So there are a request if the council can give us direction
for the next
year.
time.
And maybe 2 projects will probably be appropriate to apply
So we
at
can
once.
we can just bring this back.
We can.
Okay, yeah, let's do that. And so I'll just make a motion. My motion will be, again, to adopt the Comprehensive Safety Action Plan, adopt the Vision Zero initiative, and continue moving forward, trying to fund the Emerald Drive from Olive Avenue to Sky Haven. And at a future date, the council will review putting more projects forward. So that will be my motion, but I do have a quick question. So the city of San Diego is doing a lot of quick builds. They've been able to reduce the cost of some of these traffic calming devices like roundabouts. Is that something that we're looking at to lower the cost? I mean, they're not as nice, I'll be honest with you.
Yeah.
I don't like the way they look, but they come in at a much lesser cost. So I'm wondering if at any point, if we're not successful with, something like Emerald Drive, what would be a cost reduction if we were to do like quick build roundabouts instead of the traditional roundabout? And I don't know if you have an answer for that now, but that doesn't just apply to Emerald, but that just applies throughout the city. If we could reduce the costs and start implementing a lot more, and maybe in the future, if we hit the jackpot as a city and we can let go of quick builds, then we can have more aesthetically pleasing infrastructure. But I'm just wondering, is that something that staff is looking at?
We can look into it.
Okay.
We'll reach out to the city of San Diego, see what.
Okay. Yeah, I think Councilmember Whitburn just had a huge press conference trying to install a quick build roundabout where there's some serious issues in his district. But yeah, I would reach out and just see. Again, they're not super beautiful, but they come in at a lesser cost. Okay. Well, thank you so much. I look forward to continuing to have more conversations. And I just, for my council, thank you for all the discussion. And it also seems like we have consensus for LPIs. Are we all good with that, council? Yeah? Yeah. See that? Yeah. Yeah, I'm looking at you. I'm looking at Mayor. You guys are good? Okay. Cool. Awesome. Well, thank you all so much.
Deputy Mayor Melendez.
All right. Really appreciate the discussion. Thank you, council members. I just want to lastly state that I expect from this process that we have even more oversight, right? I understand that that's a concern. Now we can take all of our projects and all of our interests and all of our concerns and really funnel them through a more complex metric than we had before. So I really think that that's proper oversight for us. And I'll just go ahead and second that motion. Thanks.
So we got a total of 18 roundabouts, is that right? Proposed in these projects? I think that's what I counted.
In the top 10, yeah, probably about right?
I counted them up. I don't know if I counted them up right.
Yes, it's only, I think, 2 or 3 of the projects that are heavy in the roundabouts. The rest of them are mostly sidewalks and medians.
I just want to make sure, because I had nothing against roundabouts. I actually like them quite a bit. I like the ones on South Santa Fe. They were properly engineered. We bought the triangles that we needed to make the intersection, what is that, 50% larger, basically, in order to accommodate the circle. My biggest complaint is when you try and shoehorn a traffic circle in without acquiring those triangles. It doesn't fit. It's too small. Whatever you make the curb out of, it winds up having to be mountable for the fire truck, and it's got tire all over it. It looks terrible. What kind of coating can we put on those roundabouts so they're not constantly covered with rubber?
Well, would have
They
to
just
look
don't
into
look
that.
good.
Yeah, the typical, the concrete, the gray concrete obviously is very visible with the scuff marks and so on.
Maybe we should stain the concrete the color of the tires. I'm not kidding. It might look
Or maybe there's some kind of material that is resistant.
Maybe there's a
or-
coating.
Yeah, some kind of coating.
It doesn't look good. It diminishes the visual appeal of our city to put in a piece of concrete work that's stained with rubber. It looks bad.
We'll look into
And I care about the visual appeal of the city. Drivers and citizens care about the visual appeal of the city. That's important. But I'm asking seriously, how many of these roundabouts that you're proposing are going to be a 10-pound roundabout in a 5-pound box?
This is very conceptual at this point. This.
Are we going to get the opportunity to review? My concern is I got a little tiny depiction. I just want to make sure we're going to get a full opportunity to review.
So I want to speak to this issue because I heard a number of council members tonight ask about, are we going to get stuck with this? And the answer is no. We're going to review each of these projects before they're going forward for the grant application. We've already reviewed Emerald, so that's done, and we're submitting that in a month, but any other grants we'll bring forward.
Okay. All right. I just want to make sure these are in the best interest of drivers, of course, of safety. I had to look up what the LPI is. You said it. I must not have been paying attention. 3 to 7 seconds. We're going to give 4 seconds. So 4 additional seconds for pedestrians to enter the intersection, so they're already there and visible. I looked that up. That makes sense. I would say, why don't we do the ones with the greatest amount of pedestrian crossings first? Because I think we have those data, don't we?
We have 12 on the list as part of the safety action plan.
But don't we have the pedestrian crossing counts for all of our arterial roadway intersections?
We do, and these 12 in the safety action plan, they take into account volumes and accidents, and that's how.
I'm just saying, can't you take the list of intersections that are major and sort them by pedestrian crossing with those with the greatest pedestrian crossings at the top?
Sure.
And work your way down so that 2 years from now, when you finish the last intersection, it's the one that has the fewest pedestrian crossings?
Sure.
Isn't that logical?
Yes, we're using pedestrian accident history as the top 12,
That
and
makes
then we're
sense.
going down to
Yeah.
pedestrian volumes after that.
Yeah, I'm just saying, 10% of the intersections have 90% of the pedestrian crossing, right? So if we do those first, then we're doing a lot, right?
Yeah, and typically the ones that have the highest pedestrian accidents are the ones that have the highest pedestrian volumes, and that's what these 12 in the safety action plan took into account.
Yeah.
So we recommend that we start with those.
I'm just trying to get agreement from you that we're going to do the highest priority intersections first.
Yes, we will.
That's it. Cool. Okay. All right. With that, we got a motion and a second. Please cast your votes. Okay, we're going to go to item D4, our budget conversation. No, without objection, we need to get our budget conversation in. We're going to get all of them in. They're all important, but we need to get the budget conversation going here.
May I suggest, and I don't know if there's going to be a large discussion. I know that you and the deputy mayor worked very hard on crafting this. I don't have any opposition to the work that you two did. I believe that if you two were able to come to consensus on this, it should be a pretty easy discussion. Unless there is somebody that has a differing opinion, I wouldn't mind just taking a vote so we don't have to prolong any
If
discussions.
we didn't need to have a discussion on it, if the
Would've been
deputy mayor
consent.
was amenable to moving it, as her and I have agreed to, then we could just vote on it and be done with it and move on to this, or we could come back to it.
I'm favorable of hearing the budget first.
Okay.
And, you know, I don't think we've made significant changes in the standing committee. So I do expect it to be a short item, but with all consideration, I think that the budget is higher priority if we have a time certain end.
But did we, I mean, we came up with something that we kind of agreed to in principle, right? Because we're not looking at three different options. Isn't that correct?
No,
one thing that we kind of both agreed to. If you want to, I don't know if you want to make it, do you want to make any changes to it?
Maybe city attorney can.
So you did come up, the mayor and deputy mayor, with a very comprehensive, we were prepared to draft an ordinance. We just need the council to vote on it. So maybe if you just waive the agenda report and make a motion to approve.
I'm favorable to that.
I'll second that.
Yeah, I think
All
I
those in
just-
favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? It's a unanimous vote.
Government efficiency.
Okay, that's right. Love it. Okay, that brings us to item D4. We got 11 minutes to go. Let's do it. We'll go a little, hopefully we won't need to go a lot over, but if we need to go over, this is important. We got to get this done.
I make a motion to extend our time by 15 minutes.
Very good. I'll second that. All in favor, say aye. Any opposed? Okay, that's approved unanimously. Okay, item D4. You got rid of all the deficits.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Indeed,
Mike
we
Sylvia,
did.
budget
We
finance
have
director.
we have a balanced budget. Before we get to that, I did want to mention that we got our new lease revenue bonds closed at just the right time, and part of that process, Standard & Poor's did increase the city's credit rating from AA- to AA. That is certainly
Now on to AAA.
the positives of being prudent and making prudent financial decisions. So that was something really great I wanted to mention. But yeah, specific to our operating budget, I'm going to hand it off to Sarah Taylor, our finance manager, to walk us through the presentation.
And due to timing, I'm okay keeping it brief, but if you want more detail on the slides, feel free to stop me. I'll just kind of go through it briefly, as we've talked about this at the workshop in March, and we had another community workshop this last week. And it's summarized pretty well in the agenda report as well as the budget document.
Make sure and slow down and tell us where you're cutting. And tell us
Will
what
do.
you're,
I will
and tell
focus
us what
on
you're adding to.
a little bit of the changes from the workshop that we had.
Yep.
So that's where I'll put the focus.
Very good.
So the total operating budget that is being presented to council is $180 million for fiscal year 25-26 and $186.5 million for fiscal year 26-27. It includes updated data from consultants and vendors, input gathered during city council meetings, as well as follow-up meetings with the city manager and department leadership since the workshop. This is the general fund revenue summary. For fiscal year 25-26, it's $126 million and $130.8 million for fiscal year 26-27. Since the budget workshop, the most significant update is $2 million in annual increases in the charges for services category. Of this, approximately $1.5 million is from updated ambulance fee revenue estimates based on projections from the city's billing vendor following the implementation of new ambulance rates. It also includes some changes in our development fees estimates, as well as some increases primarily in year 2 for the Moonlight based on the fees that were adopted here tonight. Any questions on the revenues before I continue on?
Our collection's just as good on our ambulance numbers.
So we, the fees were adopted in December, and we've kind of got like a 2-month delay.
Too early.
Yeah, so it's too early to see.
Got it.
Just a slide that shows the revenue and expense side by side. Public safety is the largest category for general fund. The general fund expense is estimated at $124.5 million for fiscal year 25-26 and $129.4 million for fiscal year 26-27. Changes from the workshop include the addition of fire fleet and equipment replacements, but this doesn't actually change like the net general fund, as those are funded through reserves that are set aside in previous fiscal years. Excluding the fleet fire purchases, general fund expenditure and estimates decreased by $981,000 in fiscal year 25-26 and $858,000 in fiscal year 26-27. A portion of this was just our decrease in revenue estimate for our cannabis revenues, and so we decreased the transfer out or what's available at reserve at year end. Additionally, the other $500,000 approximately is in multiple areas, including an estimate little less than $300,000 in the subsidy reductions to general fund supported programs by evaluating the expenses included in those budget units. And then the next several slides just go over the general fund, not general fund, but the spending categories. So we'll go over those really briefly. General government didn't have significant changes from the workshop. The estimate is 12.4 for fiscal year 25-26 and 12.8 for 26-27. Public safety included the increases in the fire fleet. So we've got approximately $360,000 for replacement of 3 vehicles in fiscal year 25-26 and $919,000 in 26-27 for the replacement of 2 vehicles and 16 cardiac monitors. The engineering department, responsible primarily for the capital improvement projects, including streets, sewers, storm drains, parks, and city facilities. Primarily non-general fund funded. The sewer engineering and BSD engineering budget units include a significant amount for the Encino Wastewater Authority sewage cost treatment operations. Public Works is also primarily funded by non-general funds, similar to engineering. It includes gas tax, maintenance, district assessments, and sewer fees and sewer maintenance. About $20 million for each fiscal year. Recreation and community services at $13 million for fiscal year 25-26 and just over $13.3 for fiscal year 26-27. The community development includes planning, building and safety, code enforcement, as well as housing and homeless division. Under the direction of the city manager office, the housing and homeless division was created to track general fund and grant funded activities related to housing and homeless services. These grants are appropriated when awarded and carried forward until completion. For example, the city was recently awarded a $7.8 million encampment resolution fund allocation, and these funds will be carried forward until the end of June 2027. So that's why that number is low, because we don't program it with the operating budget. It's programmed as those grants are awarded. The internal service category, these exist solely to support other city departments and do not receive external revenues. Instead, they are funded entirely through internal cost allocations charged to all other budget units. These costs aren't included in the total operating budget if you were to kind of sum everything up. And the reason for that is because they're already included in all of the other departments' budgets through the allocated cost expense category within each fund. So we would be counting them twice if we included them, this $20 million in addition to that $180 million that's being proposed. The final slide shows the total revenues and resources over the expenditures and other uses for the general fund in both fiscal years. The projected ending fund balance is $1.5 million in fiscal year 25-26 and $1.4 million in fiscal year 26-27. While the projected ending fund balances are positive, they represent a modest margin, just over 1% of general fund expenditures each year. The revenue and expenditure estimates in this budget are based on prudent assumptions that reflect current economic conditions. As with prior years, we anticipate the actual ending fund balance to exceed projections, assuming stable economic conditions and continued cost management. And again, any direction received from City Council this evening will be incorporated into the final operating budget, which will be presented for adoption on June 10th. And this concludes the presentation of the draft operating budget, and it has been a privilege to represent the staff who have dedicated significant amount of time and effort to preparation of this document. and we're available for any questions.
Mr. Connolly, you want to discuss, from your perspective, significant changes in this budget cycle, if any?
We recognize some additional revenue in the way of the ambulance fees and some more conservative fees for services that we were estimating, and we made cuts in various departments for non-essential services. That's how we approached it.
I did notice, I think the council will be happy about the increase in park maintenance funds that jumped out at me. Looks you're planning to basically almost double, I think. It was $1 million increase over.
Yeah, and that's largely contractual plus additional services that the council's directed us on.
Excellent. I don't see anybody punched in to speak. I'm very appreciative to you and oh, now we have speakers. Okay. Walter gave us this business, and now everybody's got to talk. I appreciate the management and finance department getting us to a balanced budget. That's very much appreciated. Councilmember Jeff Fox.
I just want to thank you for your time in making this presentation, for getting us in balanced. I did want to call attention to the fact that there are probably going to be some expenses that we're going to have over the next few years with things like the wave and some of those other things that aren't going to be included in this. So I just want, looks like there's some money available in there, but it probably is already accounted for. So just want to make sure that we're clear on that before we, start figuring out what to do with the extra money. That's a tough one, but thanks again for that. And do we need a motion on this to accept or anything? Okay.
Yes, we do.
Oh.
Oh, just receive and report?
So received. Thank you.
Yeah, if there's direction, then we would look for some sort of consensus.
If there's any adjustments tonight, we'll make them, and then the final budget comes on June 10th?
Exactly.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Very good.
Working on it,
With
yes.
that, given the fact that I know we've extended, but that's the end of this item. I'm sorry, Councilmember Contreras, I apologize, didn't see you there.
Oh, no, you're good. I just wanted to say thank you. Keep it real short. I appreciate all the hard work that your whole team has done to get us to a balanced budget. It's not easy, and we have a lot of difficult years ahead of us. But thank you again.
Councilmember O'Donnell.
Yeah, I joke, but I really do appreciate the work you all do. I mean, just sincerely, this is not an easy thing to do to try and get a budget to be without a deficit when it's 115, 120, whatever it is, $1 million. It's really impressive, and I know it takes a tremendous amount of staff time and work to get there. And I hear that you saved us about $11 million with those bonds. So great work. I know you had mentioned it, and I just want to give you a pat on the back. You both do amazing stuff. So keep up the good work, and those are all my comments on this.
Okay, now seeing no other comments, unless there's significant objection, since we are past our stated time, we extended to 10:15 for this item. What are you telling them that for? I had them getting out of, I had us getting out of here. All right, well, go ahead. Let's Callison, can you read the dictionary for us? We've got 30 minutes to kill. Nothing? 45, you extended it to. Kathy's lost her voice, so I won't call on her to say anything unless she's gives me the look. Walter, you don't want to give a copious and detailed report from the city attorney's office? You sure? Okay, Mr. Connolly.
I have two comments, Mayor.
Please edify us.
One is I want to update the council and the public on the roundabout that's under construction at Foothill and Oak. We understand that it's causing some frustration for a lot of the community. We've gotten a number of concerns and complaints, especially from those who live nearby and drive through regularly. We understand that the detours are there. They're not easy, and we appreciate everyone's patience as we complete the project. As you know, this is a pedestrian improvement safety project, so we're looking forward to improving the area around Foothill and Oak, and we appreciate everyone's patience with that. We expect the roundabout to be done by the end of this month, and we expect to confirm a firm opening date by the end of this week, and we'll share that with the council following that. We just want to recognize the inconvenience it is causing for the public and let everybody know that we're working as hard as we can to get it opened as soon as possible. And my second comment is to wish Mayor Franklin a happy birthday on Saturday. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Guess what I want for my birthday? Councilmember Fox.
Beautiful.
You're in a position to give it to me, just saying.
Yeah. There's a chamber mixer tomorrow at Doghouse. Be there if you are a business owner. Rhythm and Brews is coming back to Vista on June 28th. Tickets are available online. Probably last minute for the early bird. It's Taco Tuesday. And thank you to my lovely wife. That's it.
Councilmember O'Donnell.
Mine will not be as brief, but I will try and get through them quickly. Bike lanes have been installed on South Melrose as well as on Longhorn. They look great, so I just want to thank our team for getting those done. I want to thank all the people that came out on April 27th to the town hall. I want to thank Captain Malin and Deputy Machalky. Am I saying that right? I don't. Doug, we'll just go with that. Cal City's update real quick. Senator Blakespear has introduced a bill that will, it's SB 569. It will speed up the process for Caltrans to make sure that they're getting the services implemented and contracts negotiated to get the individuals by underpasses and on-ramps and on any Caltrans property into the services that they need and expedite those. AB 476, which doesn't seem like a big thing, but it increases the step for copper wire in buildings and homes. That's a big deal because in Burlington, which if you're not aware, the roof collapsed this morning, and somebody had gone in there and gutted all the wiring out of that building a long time ago. So aside from that, out of Cal Cities, Mayor Snow from Lemon Grove had mentioned that there's going to be an 8% rollback in state funding for education. And Lemon Grove, on a separate note, has already received cuts for their funding for mental health services. So something we should just be aware of when we talk about the Navigation Center and extending it. An Encina update, we just continue to make facility improvements and upgrades to continue to improve the digesters as well as all the infrastructure there. A lot of it's about 40 to 60 years old, so it's just ongoing maintenance and upgrades on that. I want to thank my mother-in-law for allowing me to be at this meeting tonight. She went and stayed with my wife, Allie, who just gave birth on Sunday to our little boy, Jacob, who is happy and healthy. So I just want to say she is a rock star mother. She's been a great mother for Caleb, and she's an even more amazing mother now that we have two. So I thank you very much, honey, for allowing me to be here. I love you, Caleb and Jacob, very much. And the final thing I will say, I don't know if you're all aware of this, but I grew up just outside the south side of Chicago. We have produced a president of the United States. We most recently produced a pope, and we have also produced a Vista City Council member. So I sit in good company. Have a good Tuesday.
Councilmember Kuchar.
Point of information, Walter, we actually won a World Series in 2005 with the White Sox, and the Pope, when he was the Cardinal, was present at that, but he was not there for the Cubs in 2016. Just saying.
Councilmember Contreras.
Well, first of all, Mayor, I want to wish you a happy birthday. And congratulations on Jacob. And let's see, NCTD Plus is going to be launching May 19th, and they're going to do a ribbon cutting at the Strawberry Festival. That's going to be super exciting because we have a lot of folks that need to connect to places and they can't, and you'll be able to do this for $2.50. Unfortunately, you do have to have a different app than Pronto. No way around that right now. But I just want the public to know this is going to be really, really helpful. The geofenced area is a significant portion of the city since we're only 19 square miles. So I look forward to seeing that roll out in San Marcos. It was very, very popular, over 2,000 people using it monthly. And one of the things too, I just met the other day with NCTD and Vista Unified School District, and there's some really exciting things going on between NCTD and VUSD, wanting to make sure that we can connect students at the New Vida location. So it's geofenced all the way out there, so NCTD Plus can make it all the way to the new Vita, which was the old Rancho Minerva Middle School. And then tomorrow, like every Wednesday, there's trash pickup in District 1 with team captain and founder Jovita Serafin and Guerreras en Acción por un Vista Limpio. So if you want to join them, you can find them on social media. If you are having a hard time contacting, you can always reach me and I can get you in touch with them. They would love to have more volunteers. They've been going strong for a very long time. I think this is going to be their 6th year in September. Other than that, I hope everybody has a really good night. And thank you for the very dynamic discussion as usual. Peace be with you all.
Deputy Mayor.
Thank you all for the great discussion tonight. And just reporting out, I want to say thank you to John and Cassidy for joining me with some of the folks over at CEA to talk about programs. That was one of our activities we did last week, and I'm really excited for what we can do with those organizations. Thanks.
All right. I also want to say a huge congratulations to Councilmember O'Donnell on the birth of your second child. That's a big deal. Congratulations to you, and good work, Allie. Yes. And as always, thank you to my beautiful wife, Shauna, for allowing me to serve. And she's probably asleep by now, but hope to see her when I get home. For other important announcements, please check the city's website and social media pages. We have a Vista Public Works open house May 17th. We have on May 14th, we have Senior Center opportunity. Share your ideas for the future of Bringle Terrace Park and Paseo Buena Vista Park sites. May 19th, come to the Civic Center for an important workshop on improving railroad crossings at Vista Village and Main Street. Join our sheriff's captain on Thursday, May 22nd to learn more about the Safe Streets program. Hear directly from him and share your thoughts on the use of technology to reduce crime. For more information on these and other things, visit vista.gov/engage. Have a good night, everyone.
Hold on, Mayor. Hold on, Mayor. We can adjourn. I want to correct myself. I said Doug, and the deputy's first name is Paul. I don't want to be rude.